Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Finance, for presenting us these budget estimates. Honorable Speaker, I want to be guided by this statement from FPAC. The Minister of Finance, during the tabling of the estimates before FPAC, indicate errors from the submission made to the National Assembly on some budget entities and implored on FPAC to take notes on the revised submission. Having take cognizance of this, Honorable Speaker, I was all along doing my scrutiny on the previous estimates being given to us. As a matter of fact, I was trying to make some reconcile about the previous one I was having and this one. So I was able to notice some changes in terms of some of the budget line in the defense. But having said that, this is the very budget estimate that was given to members, especially me. All the bilaterals that I did, or we did as a committee, it was between us and the ministries and department concerned based on that estimate. I was unable to go deeply to scrutinize the current one or the one that has been given to us today. Based on that, all the submissions I will be doing may not be that much fundamental or do justice to these budgets, to the budgets that the FPAC have presented this morning. Honorable Speaker, the main essence of the budget is to cater the needs, aspirations of Gambian people. In essence, the budget is the nucleus or the nerve center of this country. Our country development projects, our life and livelihood depends on this budget. So it will be very improper if two documents were presented that have some fundamental errors. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, in the budget that I conducted bilateral with the Human Rights Commission, the submission that they did with that of the Minister of Finance, there is significant reduction of their budgets. And that was put to us as a committee. We will definitely appeal to the Minister of Finance to augment that of Human Rights Commission budget. A simple fact of this is we are now living in a democratic state. And in a democratic state, fundamentally the rights need to be checked. And this is a very institution that was established by this National Assembly to look into the rights, fundamental rights of every citizen and non-citizen living in this country. But they cannot do this when their budgets that have been presented to you have been cut. We understand the ministry's idea that we work towards reducing our deficit, which is a good way, but there are some institutions that are very important in terms of their contribution towards maintenance of certain values within our country. Honorable Speaker, the bilateral we have conducted with the Minister of Defense, we made some saving, and these savings, as the FPAC report indicated, is directed towards arm and ammunition to be given to them for them to purchase arm and ammunition, not defense, interior. Honorable Speaker, in our engagement with the Minister of Defense, it comes to the attention of the committee members, it is the primary responsibility of the government to keep the armed officers in the barracks. But due to insufficient resources, we now have an agreement with them that their rates should be cut, should be reduced, so that most of them could have their way in the barracks or settle in the barracks. Basically, Honorable Speaker, as I said, several cuts were made in the ministries and departments, and I have seen the FPAC reports that some department or some committees are suggesting that some of the cuts that were made should be, that is an agreement of all of us, should be within the other budget lines within the departments or ministries. But having said that, we also avert our mind to the policy of the ministry to reduce the deficit. It will be very prudent if the cuts and the savings that were made can be used in order to reduce that deficit. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the Minister for fulfilling his mandate. Honorable Speaker, I believe a budget should be of importance to the lives and livelihood of
Motion.
us, the Gambian people.
Motion, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, we
Motion.
believe that
All right, Honorable Member for Kansala.
sorry, okay,
Just give us a minute. Somebody, Banyul, is it Banyul North?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion for us to extend this assembly business to sit beyond 6 o'clock, please.
Can you amend it? Because people are saying we sit to finish.
No.
To sit beyond 6?
Don't finish.
Yeah, to complete business, please.
It's been moved that we sit beyond 6 to finish business. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for us to sit beyond 6 to complete business. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 to complete today's business. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Kansala, can you continue?
yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We believe as a nation, we will only make progress if department, institutions, or ministries are laid in budget lines, and in which the finance minister has heavily did for 2024. Honorable Speaker, the minister had informed us one thing that is fundamental, that is tax revenue. This is something that is the driving force of the economy of the Gambia. And we believe as 2024 approved budget, about 17 billion plus. So then now we have an increase of 22 billion in 2024. We are putting these test trials to the Minister of Finance. In this increment, what had your ministry put in place to make sure it assures this revenue line, that they'll work heavily in making sure it is attained? And if it is attained, what strategy would it be put in place to make sure the ministry finance take up with GRA to make sure not only year in, year out, taxing GRA, come with this amount, but there must be proper tools, apparatus that are available to make sure we could see a trajectory move in this country in terms of revenue generation and revenue mobilization. We believe if GRA is more empowered and also put to test, a lot of revenues leakages, uncollected issues, are all manifesting in all sectors. So we want your guidance in this. Why pegging this amount? Year in and year out in the budget, GRA is pegged. Give us this, give us this, give us this, give us this. Why pegging them into one statutory amount? Honorable Speaker, in areas of health, hospitals, as we all know, we will not depend on donors or aids to make our hospitals better. We will only do so if resources are available amicably to see that development. We are told by the report of FPAC that the Ministry of Health, FPAC is tasking Minister of Finance to create a development budget line for hospitals. So are we saying those budget lines are cut off? And if so, why? Looking at the cognizant aspect of some of those hospitals, you go to their wards, you go to their outpatient department, you would see a lot of dilapidated structures that will not even welcome patients. So if we are only depending, either World Bank or so and so will do X, Y, Z, are we not risking our hospital? If that doesn't work, what will be the next move for that sector? So Minister of Finance, assist us in this. Honorable Speaker, one of my colleagues, I don't want to dwell much onto RBF, resource-based finance. It is doing very well. You go to all hospitals, a lot of changes we see in those hospitals. But we have to be frank to ourselves, as a nation and as a country. Something that is good, that is making changes to that sector, to those hospitals, we believe you could do it more better in terms of trying to bring substitution. Honorable Honorable Speaker, we want the Minister of Finance to investigate this. Is it a substitution of RBF to insurance? We want to know. If it is so, we are also putting this test trial to the Committee of Health that don't sell your good friend that have stood with you to a new friend that you don't even know his position. So we believe RBF will be of importance, and RBF should be here to stay. And we believe with RBF, the changes that we are seeing in those health centers and hospitals is a sign that is very, very clear. So changing it or bringing notion, beautifying with words and policies or programs, it's not the best way. And we believe as Minister of Finance, you're here for the country. As a ministry, put us in the right direction in making sure we see this RBF becoming a tool that is making a global change in the health sector. And we believe it is best interest of our health sector. And we task this committee, the health committee, to follow this and make sure they could also participate in making sure they do justice to this. Honorable Speaker, I move to foreign affairs. As I do always tell people, these are embassies that are outside the Gambia. I think we should put a mechanism, a weighing machine, that will now be able to weigh each and every of those foreign services to see what are they participating to our country's development. The ones that are doing more, we assist them. The ones that are doing less, we curtail, cut down their budget for the betterment of this country. The chunk of our finance that is going to those institutions is of millions. So I believe we will only be saying, I have an embassy in XYZ, I have an embassy in this area, when it's not contributing. We will not be having areas where we said you have embassy XYZ when that embassy is not bringing productiveness in terms of our economic. Those adages are gone. And as representative of the people, we have to make sure we use mechanisms to put in place to make sure those foreign services do also, do something for us. Honorable Speaker, in area of agriculture, I wonder how do we have a befitting country, a healthy country, or a healthy nation without us eating what we grow. And these are slogans manifesting. You go to departments, agriculture will be coming with new slogans. When there's nothing that is in place to make sure it informs us in that particular area. Billions of our finance is invested into importing rice. Rice. Look at the length and breadth of our country, where we can grow ably rice for survival. But yet still, agriculture has not given us even a plan, a strategic plan in that full food self-sufficiency that they are calling of. I disagree in increasing their budget. Because why? Efficiency is not there. And this is one of the areas that had a lot of grants, that have a lot of expertise. But with those grants and expertise, it is still zero. We are not informed. Even a single bag of rice, you will not even see made in the Gambia or produced in the Gambia. So we believe that we are here for business. And this budget should be a budget that will reflect the life and aspiration of our Gambian people. Our farmers are still suffering. All ancient farming tools. You hear agriculture talking. Farm implement, these tractors and all these issues. Yes, still is zero. The Hague, for example, look at groundnut now. The fertilizer that they are also selling. I think Minister of Agriculture should also look at this critically to see what type of fertilizer are they supplying us. Because the Hague is more of the seeds itself. When you talk of us farmers, we can be testimony to that. So I believe in agricultural production, we have to move from theories, seminars, conferences, you know, visit areas, extension workers knocking each and every door to reality for us to be able to see that rice that is owned by the Gambia. So without which, we'll be talking of health issues, implications. Do we know how old is that rice that is imported from other countries? The storage, how was it stored? For how many years? So this is why some of us, we will face a lot of ailments because where the sources for, we don't even know. So I believe Minister of Agriculture should be serious. I've also, last session, I've also asked this to say that the Minister of Finance in Cabinet, or even the President, transfer the ministry to Sapo or Jal Pacha. We should be able to see differences. But if it's still they are all floating within the combos here, you know, driving luxurious cars, you know, initiating projects, whatever, how do we produce? We will not. We will not be able to produce anything. These are facts that are there. Talk of utility cars of agriculture with projects alone. It can even cover the entire ministry. So if we're really serious, let's reduce expensive cars in agriculture. Let's reduce a lot of incentives in agriculture, and we'll be in productive of making sure we will venture into agriculture to see dividend for our change. Even a simple fruit juice is not even produced in the Gambia. Maybe we have natural mineral water, whatever, but fruit juice tagged with agricultural production that we are now moving from X to this is still a challenge. So we are taxing Minister of Agriculture. If they are not ready to uphold the food self-sufficiency, let's take a position as Parliament. And we will. That either this is done, or we do X to make sure we break that barricade to see that sooner or later we have what? You know, a rice that is made in the Gambia. And we can do it. A honorable member of Joshua also quoted Botswana here. It was an informed decision of cabinet or the president. Said we are stopping importation of what? Vegetables. Today, no vegetable is coming from outside Botswana. Can't we do that as a country? But if you start doing that now, the drum singers of Democrats will say this is dictatorial. You have to dictate to make ends meet for your country. You have to dictate to make sure you bail your people from suffering. You have to dictate to make sure you inform a particular country in the right footing. Without which, they'll just be singing their drumming. Talk of democracy. What is democracy itself? Honorable Speaker, I move to basic and secondary education or higher education. I could join these two ministries. It's rather unfortunate. These two ministries, what they are owing to institutions like UTG, University of the Gambia, what they are owing to the Gambia College, what they are owing to GTT, about 130 something million that they are owing as scholarships. So now, what do you expect that ministry to do? When their people are sent to those universities, they say, no, go, you don't even pay. And then they'll now be negotiating. And they'll face challenges in their own budget to see how they will be able to move on. So I believe something needs to be done by the Minister of Finance to solve this issue. Now, as you don't pay those institutions will also continue to suffer. UTG is suffering, GTI is suffering, MDI or Gambia College will also continue to suffer. So I believe the solution to this problem is let's make sure whatever the budget line talks, we work towards achieving it. And now looking at higher education, this is one of the ministries that I've said is one of the most productive game changer in all ministries. I can attest to that. They are doing very well. Either you like it or not, or others like it or not, we will talk. Minister of Higher Education is doing extremely well. And they are doing program-based budgeting. Can't we institute all those areas? Go to their area. Go what they are doing. You know, see the readiness, the zeal in them. But other ministries, I think, you know, for us, may Allah help us as a country. And may Allah help us as a National Assembly. We will only attain the best of it when we take the bull by the horn. We can do checks and balances of ministries. Some ministries are just here as babysitters. You see the baby, pull it and move like that. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. See the way they're doing. Today, look at Minister of Higher Education. This is a plus. Rental aspect that they're facing with Erinjan Cinema, GTMI, whatever, MDI, or the other areas, no more. They have transferred now to UTG in Faraba. So this is what we want. We want progressiveness. We want a minister that is pragmatic in doing their things. And I believe it's not fair the way their budget is cut. Honorable Minister of Finance, look at this critically and see a way out to bail Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology for the betterment of our country. And they'll be able to do enough. If you go to, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the budget, you have research areas in different departments or different ministries. Why can't we do it this way? All research aspects is based on Minister of Higher Research, Science and Technology, Higher Education. Augmented budget, they control and do everything possible. And I believe they have the capacity to do that. Where you have this ministry research, the other ministry research, what are they researching? What are they bringing us? What informed decision are we seeing as a country? We will only change and change for the better to see a trajectory move of a country. But if not, we will just become in budget, and this is not a development budget. This is a trial budget. This budget cannot take us anywhere. Why? Because if you look at personal emolument alone, it has taken the chunk of the budget. What development can we do with this budget? If you don't involve a research base. So we believe the only way that we can make change is the change has to start from here, this assembly, here. All of us has to begin that change here. Not outside. Those people, they will not do anything. Ministers cannot do, but it has to start here. We have to put, tests to ministers here, departments here, and say that this is what we want. Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Speaker, I hereby task the Minister of Finance next year. Let's see program-based budgeting in all sectors. Not only picking and choosing. That's not the way. We have to see all and sundry. And the other thing that I can put across to honorable members, let's look at ministries that are productive based. We empower them for them to bring resilience into our economy. They can add something. A minister that doesn't even produce anything, you're giving them this much. The one that is doing something to bring something to us, it is lessly valued. Maybe a year, 5 ministries, we can give you this and we tax you to develop this. Honorable Speaker, we can only make change when we are ready to take the bull by the horn. And we have our knives and cutlasses to make sure we do that. And this is what we are here for. That's why I always tell honorable members, being the representative of Fonyi Councillor, any day that I leave my seat to run for outside or to seek for refuge outside, that day I'll tell my people of Fonyi Councillor that I'm resigning. I will not leave my seat. I'm here for them. And I'll stand for them. And I will also prepare to make sure I will also speak on their behalf. But the moment you leave your bar and say, okay, I'm packing, I'm going, who are you going to meet outside? I'm not that. Sit. Be a soldier that will not leave the battlefield. And you defend with or without ammunition. You are here to stay, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, looking at the percentages in which ministries or departments have also anchored 2023, or as you see, 37% of budget execution, 48% of budget execution, 50%, 60%, others 80, 89, or 91%. Let me make it categorically clear, Honorable Speaker, and this goes to the Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Finance, health in hospitals. We go to school and learn. We go to other areas to do agricultural production. Security is in place there. You are to execute your budget, sit the whole day and night. Somebody is at your back watching you. To sign, if in a budget, approve letters in the highest echelon or the highest position in this country, a security must be standing in front of you, at the back or at your rear, top, bottom, left, and right. They are there. I look at the rents and rate where FPAC has captured our resolution, saying we cut the rents and rate to 150 per annum for officers. You see, Honorable Speaker, as representative of the people, we are doing unjust to other members or other officers in the army. If, for example, rent salary is 200,000, for example, the top cadre officials in the army, from the CDS down to senior officers, $1,700 is their house rent. Multiply by a year of 150 or 200,000 that you're paying to that captain, a major or a lieutenant colonel's house. What will be the difference? Why can't, Honorable Speaker, we are on trial, and I will say it as it is. And the Minister of Finance is here to take it as it is, and he implement as it is to see a trajectory move in our security. My suggestion is this. Before you pay rents and rates, 200,000 a year, 400, how to call it, 100, 250, 150, increase that allowance for that office. Or, if that is done, it will help. Now, I want to qualify this. If, for example, Commander-in-Chief or CDS is being paid $1,700, $1,700, who among us, all of us here, all members who are here, who is paid $1,700 as your house rent? The guy who is leading the top security heads, leading barracks, leading battalions. Your house, you have to pay $1,700. So I believe it's high time we revisit the pay structure of this security force. We have to be honest. And now, a sergeant in the police, $250. A sergeant in the police, $250. House rent in my village, in Nyokoloba. You will not even have that house. So what we think is of importance, Honorable Speaker, Minister of Finance, with your technocrats and Public Service Commission, I am taxing you people to go and put your house in order to make sure it is a national cake, and all of us are equal in this national cake, where we need to at least treat other sectors as important and for the betterment of their executions of their duties. And by and large, we've also been pressured that TACOS of the Gambia Armed Forces is still lingering, is still circumambulating around, checking the finance, whatever, we are doing XYZ, we are doing XYZ. And now let me also tell you this, Honorable Speaker, Minister of Finance, immigration as a department could be a game changer of our resource mobilization. But do you know what some of those immigration officers will do? They'll be renting their own cars, rent cars, commercial, they rent cars, and go and collect revenues of government. And they'll pay those cars and also give back to the government. Are we really serious as a nation? These are facts that are there. So in order for us to make gain, in order to increase our revenue, what is stopping the government? Coming with a resolution, full pack cars, from current to coiner, for immigration to do their work, and they'll do a game changer in our resource mobilization. Not only GRA. And after all, they will not even be compensated. They are still paid their normal small salaries. And they say, do your job. Thank you for your service. And we recognize the security force, the eminent effort that they are doing. But it has to start from here. So take note of all those trials that are going within the security sectors. And we want them to be standing both day and night, roaming, as we are also moving with our limousines and enjoying our corridors. And they're still taking sure and making sure that they sit properly, do this. We are protected, you are doing this. Is that fair? Let's speak the truth. And it's only way that we can also work towards this budget. This budget has to include everybody, irrespective of where they belong to or which sectors. In order for us to make gains, Honorable Speaker, I believe the Minister of Finance could work towards taking up these challenges. And the other thing that we do also face in those departments, both interior, that we are told, and this I think is high time, maybe we put it to you, Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Finance. We are told that our last budget we've approved, I think 3 cars, Sibanor, Soma, and another areas in the CRR for the purchase of their vehicles. Two, Sibanor and Soma. But the surprising thing that we had, Honorable Speaker, if I'm wrong, Minister of Finance, when you're coming, correct me, that approval were done at the office of the President, including the vehicle of the IGP. But the IGP vehicles was purchased. The 2 vehicles are left. Why? You want to know. Are you now making sure to product that livelihood of security officers in those areas? That of IG is being bought. About $5 million vehicle is bought. So we want clarity here. Why? Why that? So these are all issues that I think it is high time we augment our securities. And in the other area, we want you to look at holistically the internal aspects of security, the challenges that they are facing. And if our securities are not built properly, with their apparatus tools, it's going to be very difficult and we'll face challenges as a country. In order for us to have a trajectory and a safe country, these sectors must be fully given what they ought to. And it has to be now, not before, after. It has to be now. Changing from this budget we want to see. Honorable Speaker, we've been also told that in terms of protecting aspect, we all know drug is a challenge in a country. So in those challenges, drug squad is doing an enormous job in that. But they are less resource, less powerful, and they are left with nothing as what? Proper tools for them to do their functions. So I want them to be also considered to make sure we work towards issues that are guided. And the simple fact that I want to make very clear, I am not talking to favor security forces, but I'm talking to make sure I favor us Gambians. When the incident, Honorable Speaker, when the incidents of Sokoto occurs here, some honorable members were terrified. Others ran and left the chambers, went home, because why? They said it's not even safe. But do you know the problem is? Lack of, quick response was in the delay aspects of fuel. We have to be very clear, because the police were unable to be on time because they don't even have fuels for their cars. It was the army that responded. I believe these issues we have to work on to see how do we assist and support them. We have to see how do we also see how do we play around to make sure that we have a change. And if we are secure, we are protected, food self-sufficiency will come, healthcare system will come, whatever we think of will come. But if those security, you not even go to school, neither even take your child to school. So, Honorable Speaker, I am of the view that with perfect measures put in place, it will also help us. Now, the other last thing that I want to conclude, digital economic. The Ministry of Digital Economic is on a transformation. But it's really very sad when I saw the budget of last year, 30% was executed. 30%. We're talking of digitalization. Communication system is zero between departments or institutions in the Gambia. 2023 budget execution was around 30%, if I'm right. And now look at what they're also giving this budget. And you expect for them to do, street addressing, digitalization, all X, Y, Z. You expect for them to do this? And I even wonder who had even give Honorable Speaker suggestions of splitting these two ministries, information and communication. Who must have given that? So if that is done already, yes, still it's a challenge for you to make sure you support either of those ministries. I think it's better we would have maintained and see. Now we see progression in those areas. Sometimes technocrats will come and say, technocrat, we are in this digital age, we are in this X, Y, Z. We have to be very careful of this technocrat. Sometimes the way they'll even mix us with another end before we realize now failure occurs in our country. And I think it's high time for us to make sure we solve for those issues. Honorable Speaker, I want to clear this to the air. And this is the bantaba where we can speak. This is the bantaba where we should be heard. A budget of this, we have to make sure it is very clear to us and parliamentarians and our people. I've been put to test in this in my constituency. Your budget, your clothing allowance as National Assembly members has been increased. To who? Who has increased? It's not us. Not National Assembly members. It's not us. It has to be very clear. If you don't know the way we operate in this assembly, ask. The other side is National Assembly. The other side is service, the National Assembly service, if I'm right. Two of them are joined together. So maybe they'll even see that my name is Wee when my name is Tijan. So I'm saying for them to understand that this book, us as representatives of the people, we won't increase our clothing allowance. And in fact, our clothing allowance is one of the least paid. If you make proper analysis, 1,666 the whole year. Who is paid that? Who? Even a soldier, a plainclothes soldier at State House, his or her clothing allowance is far better than us as National Assembly members because we are paid one of. I think it's high time, us, we are the decision makers. Let's decide. Let's decide on this. We change it to make sure either monthly we are paid. Accumulatively, it's also trying to sell that bad image to us. It's our suggestion, if you like. There's no hard and fast where we are forcing people. Everybody is entitled to his or her own opinion. And I think I'm speaking and I must be heard for the betterment of this house. The BBC's news sellers are selling it out. But we are telling them, it's not us. We are divided in this assembly. Meaning what? We belong to different groups. Assembly is a group of its own. As National Assembly, we also have the service.
Honorable member, what do you mean when you say that we are paid, I don't know, our clothing allowance is increased?
What I'm just saying is, there is a portion where 2024, page 324, where a budget line of assembly services on clothing allowance. Instead, they are now saying that it's the National Assembly members who have once again increased their clothing allowance.
Honorable member, that is very clear that assembly service and National Assembly members are different.
That's why...
Honorable, I think what I'm trying to say is the budget, if you look at the budget estimates, it's both for NAMS and service people. But whatever is in that budget is approved by the National Assembly. So what we are saying is there may be errors here and there, but to the best of our knowledge, there are no increments in NAMS clothing. That one was a one-off payment. You will never have it again. How can there be? You will never be paid until the next parliamentary calendar. Yeah, but you inform the media that they are misinformed. They don't know. No, but you know, the way then he's clarifying it implies that we are still at bulk. You cannot proportion the blame to somewhere. Whatever happens in this institution, we as NAMs are the ones held responsible, and we should be held responsible. If the media houses are distorting the information, don't apportion blame. Tell them they are not saying the truth. As simple as that. Because for us as NAMs, our clothing allowance is a one-off payment. One-off payment. You are paid, you will not be paid until the next batch. So there can be no increment on that. The other thing is, the assembly service is part of the public service. And their clothing allowance is not all of them. Their clothing allowance is both those who are entitled to clothing allowance. But what we are saying is, there is no increment on it. The only possibility may be you are paid 1,000 total, and then two other new staff are employed, for instance, and they are entitled to it, and they will get 100, it will be 1,200. But there is no increment. But let's take the responsibility to clear that air. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we are beating the same drum. The sounds may not be different. What I'm just trying to say, I am talking to...
Our only difference, Honorable Member, is
Yes.
you tend to dodge the responsibility. You say it's not us.
No,
we
no,
have
no.
two
Maybe-
arms as
maybe
it is
I'm
the
not-
service. You should take that responsibility. That's what I'm saying. The assembly service is here to service you, and they don't get anything without your approval.
So what I'm just saying to you is, I am referring to people who are outside the world, misinforming people about what is happening here. This is what I'm putting across, saying that we have two camps here. The National Assembly members are in their line. We also have the service, it's also another part. So clearing the air, meaning it is for the National Assembly services, not National Assembly members. This is what I'm clarifying. So I'm talking to that guy outside to understand the status quo, that it is us as National Assembly responsibility to make sure we iron out. We are taking full responsibility of this budget. It is ours. We are not running away to say that we are not in the position to stand for this budget. And we'll defend it.
Chair, point of observation. Yes, it's yet to be ours. It can only be ours after the committee of the whole house. When it is adopted, it becomes our document.
Can I observe you? Can I observe you? I think you are not explaining it properly. The way what you mean, if I get you properly, yes, it's not like he's putting blame on the service. The allowances there, it's not for members of National Assembly, it's for staff. It's for staff. You are not talking about the initiator, you are talking about the beneficiary. So that is it. So the beneficiary is the staff, it's not the National Assembly members. So I think that's what we want to elucidate. Yes.
In addition, honorable members, let's remember that the minister and his technical people only prepare the budget for us. They put in what they think is the best for the Gambia. But it is your prerogative and your responsibility to appropriate it, to make sure that you stamp with approval. That's your responsibility. But members sometimes speak as the minister is telling you that this is what must be done. The minister brought in a proposal, and you looked at it at your various levels. The minister is informed by the revenue and the proposed expenditure. How much do you have and how much do you want to spend? So let's look at it from that perspective. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think maybe we are all speaking the same language, and I believe, the understanding is a challenge for some National Assembly members here. Honorable Speaker, we believe that as representative of the people, we are not here for our pockets. We are here to defend the cause of this country. And whatever it takes, we should shoulder it. In whatever form. Either with an eyebrow razor, or a hand, or a walking, or even any method that is possible to see that we can salvage ourselves from this bondage of things or thinking that will not benefit our country. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to put this to the Minister of Finance about this Forex. I think it's high time Forex bureaus or Forex exchange or local exchange, whatever you call them. We believe as a country, we should be ready to take a position on this. You go, you can change. And the saddest part of it, they are doing their own most thing that they think. At the free will, are we saying, Minister, Honorable Speaker, this goes to the Minister of Finance, are we saying that there are no laws that either affects criminalizing them or even putting them to a test? You see them moving. My sons are all over streets or meeting points of Westfield, whatever Joko you name them, they're there. Can I change this? Can I change this for you? In dollars, pounds, they do it. What is affecting? Are there no laws that are in place? If so, I think it's high time for us to make proper laws. And if there is laws, be ready to make sure you put foot soldiers, paramilitaries, intelligent officers to go around and make sure they apprehend those people. My honorable member was here when we went to Botswana. At the airport, if you don't change, you cannot. You go to the bank. Without banking, you cannot do any changes. But for me, I can even sit at my own home and I do changes of my money. Any forensic currency that I want in the Gambia, I can do it. And the other saddest part is, Honorable Speaker, we as a country, I think we have to be ready to borrow each other in terms of positions to make a trajectory move of this country. It's high time there. It's high time. Why? Because when you look at issues, even rents, Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, even rents, they charge in dollars and pounds. They charge. In my own country, I cannot pay my own currency, currency, rents in my currency. It has to be a dollar or a pound or whatever. So these are issues that we need. It's not skyrocketing. It doesn't even need a thinking. It doesn't even need a policy to make sure you stop all these issues that are happening. Do we need policies? So what we could do is it's high time we make ends meet of this country. We will reduce ourselves from these trials if we take the bull by the horn. And it will not work, without which we put heads together. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, I task the Finance Minister to come with resolutions. But if it is there, we want to see action. We have various posts with uniform, without uniform, that they can execute these things. And we can clear this affection in our country within a blink of an eye. So why the laziness? Why not doing? Why the affection? What is going on? We want to know. If there are forces behind economic holding,
Speaker,
we will be able to be informed in this.
Honorable Speaker,
So I believe so.
May I
Honorable
rise
Speaker,
on a point of
I end
order?
my speech. Thank you very much.
may I
Thank
rise
you.
on a
Thank
point
you.
of order? Yes, I wanted to rise on a point of order or to remind Assembly on the point of order 86, subclause 7. The debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimate and explanatory statement together with the reported findings and recommendations of the National Assembly's Committee of Public and Finance Committee. Please. Public Finance Committee recommendation assembly and consider report of National Assembly Committee of the budget. So I am appealing. I am appealing, Honorable Speaker, to confine our submission on the findings.
Honorable Majority Leader, you are absolutely right. In fact, when I was introducing the Honorable Chairman of this thing, I said in my statement, I quoted sections for you that should guide us in our deliberations on these estimates. And honorable members, I told you, if you want to be a parliamentarian, you must read your Bible well. Very well. When a member stands to speak, no other member should stop. It's your own, these are your laws. You made it. Some of you just want to be felt. Just somebody to say that, oh, when people said this, he disagreed. Or even the speaker was speaking, he's saying no. Is that a pride? Should that be a pride? From me to every other member, we should be guided by this document. And we will spare no efforts to make sure that we abide by it. It's our own. If there are things that are uncomfortable, we want to remove them, let's remove it. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In leadership, you are either a dictator or a puppet. One of the most important things is the budget that is here before us. These are twins. As we can see, they are twins, and they are confusing themselves. This is exactly what the member for, is it Nyomi? What's Nyomi? Is it Nyomi? Suleiman Saho was exactly talking about. Badibu, member for Badibu. Honorable Speaker, as the FPAC committee, it is the trust that is bestowed on them by the National Assembly for them to go over all the budget and come back and report to us. They have reported to us, but the confusing book that is put before us, we are saying we don't want anything to confuse us. You cannot give us a document and want us to debate on the document on the very day. It is unacceptable and should not be accepted. And even if all are in for it, I am not in for it. Because they give you a big volume just to confuse you. That being said, Honorable Speaker, looking at the budget to address the needs of the Gambian people, I believe we should desist from renting departments that the Ministry of Higher Education are renting, NCCE are renting, you have the National Human Rights Commission are renting, Ministry of Interior renting. And we are the people that own the land. It's the government that owns the land. This is why we have the Ministry of Lands. For the Ministry of Land, their sole responsibilities should be to provide land for the ministries so that we can go out of this renting. People are renting because they don't have the capacity. But a government cannot be renting, wasting money, because you have connection with those that owns those places. You want to give them some token of money. That should not be accepted. And I think every genuine Gambian should frown upon that thing. Renting department should be a thing of the past. You cannot rent a ministry for $3 million. If you use that $3 million on annual basis, you use $3 million to construct your own ministry. For 3 years, that will be $9 million. At least you should be able to finish or at least complete everything. If you are unable, then the fourth year, that will be $12 million. You should be able to finish everything. I think the country should be thinking in that perspective. That is the only way we can liberate ourselves. And then the money that we are generating will be of use for us. But look at how much money are we using for rent and maintenance on this big budget, on these big volumes. So what is actually eating our money? Our money is being eaten by travels. And if you are traveling, we are giving you money. But if you are coming, you are not coming with anything. That is what is sad. And this is a sad reality. And this applies to both the institutions, including the National Assembly. We are giving you money for you to travel. But as you are coming, you are not coming with anything. I think this ban on travel, the first time I saw this, I supported it.
Honorable member.
Okay.
Honorable member, you must try to behave responsibly. National Assembly is a member of various statutory bodies. That we are obligated to go and attend and then come back and report to Parliament, that we share best practices that helps us to at least support each other with our agendas. That is, to ensure that democracy, rule of law flourish in Africa and around the world. So it's not always material that you go and bring. And how do you know that it's not brought? Or you are not given something? Please, let's try to make some responsible statements. We don't want to associate ourselves with that. Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the challenge for the young is huge, but we still continue to the end. As I said, the budget should be looking at how to address inflation. And the inflation, the Honorable Minister last time initially told us that in 2022, that in 2023, the inflation will drain us by 13.4%, and today the inflation is at 18.5%. As a country, the young are ready to take the center stage in governance, and this we are going to mount in on, and we will never bow down at all costs, and in the interest of the nation that we will stand for. Inflation is what is ruining us. How do we remedy inflation, Honorable Speaker? NCCE have been seriously under-budgeted. When I say under-budgeted, meaning the PE is there, but the operation is not there. National Council for Civic Education. It is the sole responsibility of NCCE to be educating and enlightening the people, enlighten the people on the progress, on the laws that are made, on what is affecting them, to educate them, maybe in televisions, in radios. But if they are not given the financial muscles to carry out their operations, they are handicapped. So you set up an institution and handicap it because you don't want it to function. That is not actually what will take us forward as a nation. Honorable Speaker, it continues. To the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. This is one of the best ministries, as other members have highlighted. And this, I don't want it to be hearsay. I want action to be taken on this. All other ministries are budgeted in the right direction, are properly budgeted. But for this specific ministry that is performing, that is expanding, because we recently noticed that the students have moved to Forex campus, and that comes with a cost. The bus service and the transport, the ministry is paying for it. Ndemban Skill Center, Kanilai Skill Center, Julangel Skill Center, all those places in operation. The TVET, GTTI, transformation. And they are also in the verge of transforming the Gambia College. But this ministry, last year, 230 million was budgeted for this ministry. And in this, 275 million was budgeted last year. This year is 230 million budgeted for that ministry. I don't want it to be hearsay, just you hear it without doing anything. I want something to be done here as members. And this I am referring to honorable members of the National Assembly. As much as we want to reduce deficit, but this is a ministry that is truly handicapped. And I said this many times. How do you want to develop the nation in the absence of education? How? Why are we sending our children to school? Because at the end of the day, they will become, they will be the people that will be in authority, that will be in power. But if we don't give them the education that is required, then we are handicapping ourselves as a nation. And if we are asked why we are not developing, why we have this skeletal budget, it's because we are not educated. We don't have that level of education as a country. So the only place that we can have it to is the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. That ministry we should empower. And I believe all of us, the members here, should look at this critically because it's seriously under-budgeted. That is something that I want to find out, and I want us to talk about it. Disbursement of funds from the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Minister, ministries face great challenges when they write to your office requesting for the disbursement. It is a great challenge for the ministries. Some of the ministries, people are saying they only spend 30% of their budget. When there is no disbursement from the Ministry of Finance, how can you spend it? It's an impossibility. You cannot spend it. No matter how determined you are, no matter the challenge that you face in your ministry, if the fund is not disbursed from the Ministry of Finance, you cannot spend that money. So this is why at the end of the day, you see 30% of the budget is what will be carried out. It's a challenge. And for this budget, we were looking at it, and we were thinking like the civil servants, their needs, because of the inflation have rise, we are saying the civil servants, their need will be addressed. How will we address that? Like, for instance, when we talk about teachers, for long we have negated them, for long we did not compensate them, even said they continue to try. Because we all knew clearly that you cannot pay $250 as house rent for anybody. I told you many times here, there is no part of the country where you can rent a house for $250. Nowhere. But they are still bearing. But the day will come that they will be compensated for the service that they are doing. The day will come. And how I wish this budget goes further to address the need of that farmer, to address the need of that fisherman. That is what we are looking at when we talk about budget. How will this address inflation? How will this budget address inflation? And what mechanism do we have to tackle inflation? That being said, I want to rest here, but Honorable Speaker, the challenge for the young will live up to the challenge. Thank you.
We pray that the young continue to live up to the challenge. But the best that the young will do to face tomorrow is to go and read. Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And let me use this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance with your team for fulfilling your constitutional mandate by tabling this estimate of 2024. We call it estimate for now because we are the one who should approve it. I believe the ministry with their team, they have done their homework, forecast, project. It is left to us to also see what can be achievable or what we think is achievable. By saying that, first of all, I want to say this loud and clear. To curtail the deficit of our budget or to bring down our inflation, we have to invest in agriculture. I differ with members who say agriculture is receiving huge amount of money from the budget. Less than 3% of the budget. Let's not forget, there are commitments that we made. Both the Malabo and the Maputo declaration, the 10%. The 10% from the budget should be allocated to agriculture. The only solution to bring down this inflation, you go to the Jaras, the rice fields in Jara, the rice field in the Jahali, the rice fields in Pacha, the rice fields in Makati, the Farabale and the Nyantanle. Yes, we were opportune to go with the Agri Committee to Makati, and then we have an engagement with some private farmers, and also with the farmers around those ends. And then we have a very good discussion. I believe we can make it through agriculture. And then during our bilaterals, the permanent secretary at the Agri Ministry He gave us a very nice statement, and I believe, and I'm urging members, please, this time around, agriculture will do a different thing. Yes. We have to, if we want to transform agriculture into a sustainable, modernized, diversified production and export-oriented sector, which will contribute to improve food security and farmers' livelihood, we have to, the irrigation problem, according to the farmers at that level, because we engage, as I said, we engage the private farmers. They said, in fact, if that is not taken care of by now, maybe next year, even those farming at the Jahali Pacha rice fields will not be able to, to plow in their rice fields. We have to do the land development. This root project have come in to help our farmers on their rice fields. But when we went around, we found out that a lot of them didn't achieve what they wanted because of the contracts that were awarded to the contractors to plow their rice fields. The tractors cannot do the job in those rice fields because they used to stock in because of the land preparation of those rice fields. So the only idea we have to bring is to develop those lands, for the farmers to have access to them. We have huge lands, as I said, in the country that we can grow rice and reduce importing rice. If you see we are talking of the inflation, it's because a lot of our commodities are imported. But if we are exporting more, we would have controlled the inflation. So I would appeal for us to consider those rice fields. Let's try to develop those rice fields. The land development is a problem. As I said, the people of Nyantanle, Farabale, the Jahalis, the Pachas, they're all complaining about the area. So I am seeing in the development budget of agriculture about the land development, it is zero rice. There is nothing catered for land development in the development budget. The irrigation, that should be looked into. Again, I want to go to the local government ministry. We should do our level best to secure or not to lose our sovereignty, our territory. We should do all what it takes to defend our land, to defend our territory. Yes, it's true. Senegal and Gambia, we are brothers and sisters. But we have seen recently the border crisis around Dasilame, the border crisis around Senoba and Misira. There is this Senegalo-Gambia, secretariat, they call it. And I believe the objective of this secretariat is to, to smoothen the bilateral relationship between Gambia and Senegal. And Senegal have a well-established boundary commission with expertise. I could remember last year, during our budget bilateral with the Ministry of Local Government, we have some cuts within their budget lines. And then we allocated some amount for us to create these boundary commissions. But this year we were told it was never done. They said they didn't receive that amount of money about those boundary commissions. And hence the secretariat is there. We should work to establish also as Gambia to have those boundary commission, so as to engage our neighbors the borders, you know, for us to know Gambia, this belongs to us, this belongs to Senegal, for peace to exist between these two countries, because we are neighbors and the same people. So we should work very hard to make sure these boundary commissions is established. Just few months ago, I am from around the border, Misra and Senoba. These people, they are all related. Those at the other side of Senegal and those in the Gambia are from the same family. But then if it has to escalate to a problem between these two countries about the border should be here, the border should be here, something should be done to address those issues. And then this year also, a report came to us about what happens in Dasilame. So we should work on that boundary commission, even because I can see it should be on the support to other general government units. It's supposed to be captured there. I can see in that budget line there is 10 million. But if it is for that, it should be started now. If it is not for that also, we should do something for this thing to be done this year. It's very important. As I said, Senegal, they have their own with their expertise, so we should also do that. Hence, the Secretariat is there to smoothen our relationship, the brotherly relationship between Gambia and Senegal. Moving forward, I would say also, youth and women enterprise development needy. I can see in 2023, they will have a OC of 5,579,145. And this year, they have 6,068,320. This is a unit that helps our youths, our women, to minimize or to mitigate this backward syndrome. These are departments that we need to focus on very well. We are losing so many of our youths on this backward. So we should sometimes look at sectors. I know all the sectors are beneficial to us, but then we should look to other sectors and then concentrate on them more. And also, like the minister said in his statement when he laid the budget, non-tax revenue is expected to increase by 86% due to partial anticipated receipts of 10 million from arbitration award and the 15 million from the Trans-Gambia Asset Recycling Program. To me, I defer those who said PPP, they are not in support of the PPP. Me, I'm in support of PPP because we have seen where is our Gamtel Gamcel. Gamcel was the first GSM company in the Gambia. Private sectors came in the business. Today, there is no more Gamcel, I can say. Private institutions are doing very, very well. And then you look at the other countries. PPP is moving for them, and I know PPP will move for us. It's very important to take note. Also, we are talking of the deficit in the budget. But I believe it's all because of the revenue is higher than, okay, the expenditure is higher than what we expect to collect. And then the sad thing of it, what do we have? I wish we were like the Qataris with oil, the Saudis. But what do we have here? We are a tax-based economy. And with this budget, it's just a forecast. When you tax GRA to bring this, it's not wrong. Let's all work together to see that we realize this budget. But to cut the deficit, we have to physically concentrate on domestic resource mobilization. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Jara West. I now recognize the member for Banjul Central. Is out. Is the member for Serekunda in? The floor is yours.
Speaker, my deliberation will not be that long. Having gone through the budget book, issues have been raised here by some honorable members regarding the suppression of revenue. Honorable Speaker, my concern here is, since the budget is anchored on domestic resource mobilization, and domestic resource mobilization is a process in which government raise revenues and spend them on services to its people. Domestic resource mobilization does not necessarily mean new taxes or higher tax rates. The spirit of domestic resource mobilization is to raise funds to alleviate poverty and provide services to the citizens. This is a program and has been implemented in 15 countries by USAID. Example, the Addis Ababa Tax Initiative. But in the budget book, you will see that taxes have been increased. Tax revenue is expected to increase from 16 million to 22 million. Non-tax revenue as well.
Honorable member, from which book can you refer to the book and also?
Is from the estimates, 2024 estimate.
Which,
but anyway, the minister knows that taxes are expected to increase. So domestic resource mobilization is more of improved audits and simplified filing processes. So my question is, what strategy does the minister have to implement the domestic resource mobilization in order to alleviate poverty and provide services to the people and not putting economic burden on the people? On that note, I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
thank you very much, member for Serekunda, for that succinct intervention. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. But before I go to my submission proper, I will want to seize the opportunity to commend the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for laying to this August Assembly the estimates of revenues and expenditure for the fiscal year 2024, which I will say it was a very innovative statement. And going further, I will also commend the FPAC committee of the Assembly for doing a very wonderful job. That is to provide what we all call today the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. I will also want to commend the clerks of the committee and all other committees for working together to support the FPAC to produce such a report. Honorable Speaker, my deliberation will be centered into different thematic areas, but starting with the issue that has to do with harnessing demographic dividend. And in saying so, I will start with the main tools that we can put together in order to harness demographic dividend. And I will start with education. I believe, like other members have said, education is the backbone of any country, especially any developing country. And in that regards, the budget for the Ministry of Higher Education, I will want to join my fellow honorable members to advocate and also to inform this assembly that it is important to consider their budget to be increased, understanding that there are new institutions that are newly constructed or instituted in this country, which is very important, especially the TVET sector. Understanding that it is in a high demand situation, we can see young people are endeavored to venture into skills education, which will also give them a kind of career in the future. So in that regards, I will want to join my fellow honorable members who talk about the issue of increasing their budget that was cut off by the Ministry of Finance, to see how best we can support the ministry to achieve their main goals and objectives to enhance quality education in this country. Going further, Honorable Speaker, the issue of health, like I always say, is everyone's business, especially us as members. Health is one of the key tools when it comes to harnessing demographic dividend. And looking at the FPAC report, that is page 10 of page 13, that talks about the recommendation made by the Health Committee. Recommendation 3 talks about the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs should ensure that all the councils under the Ministry of Health should receive their subvention as budgeted in the estimate. I think this is very important, the issue of disbursement. Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to inform the Minister of Finance that the disbursement issue is indeed a problem, especially with the councils under the Ministry of Health. We don't expect the councils to function without being given the material, the funds, the resources to function. And these are very key elements within the ministry. And we have experienced the issue, let's say the situation of Banjul, when it comes to the rehabilitation of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and also the polyclinic. I believe that rehabilitation project supposed to be within 8 months, if I am right. But as things are going, Honorable Speaker, through you again, I want to inform the Honorable Minister, it is taking the Ministry of Health to complete the project over 2 years now, which I believe there should be a solution, and it still comes under disbursement of funds. We understand in terms of resource mobilization, it's a challenge. The ministry tell us or not, we know it's a challenge because they can also only spend what they have. So that is why it is important to prioritize whatever project the government or the executive want to venture into. Let them make sure that they put the adequate resources in place. So I think this is something that should be considered, and I want the minister to consider it and also give us a response to it. Honorable Speaker, the issue of agriculture. I heard my fellow honorable members talking about agriculture. Yes, indeed, agriculture is very important and is one of the key factors if we really want to harness demographic dividend. But notwithstanding, are we ready as a nation? Especially the agriculture ministry. Let's see the output of whatever we're giving out according to the budget. Are we giving out things that we are getting more in return or we are getting less in return? This we need to consider. And I think these are the things that we really need to focus on as far as this budget is concerned. Because the fact of the matter is, it's high time as a parliament to see that as far as budgets are concerned, let us not just approve budget as usual. Members talk about the budget structure, which is also a very fundamental aspect of the budget. It shouldn't be business as usual. Since time in colonial, the same budget format will be presented in Parliament. All what changes is the figure. The reoccurrence of budget items will always come forward, and Parliament will have no other choice but to approve it, because we want to see the implementation of activities and projects in this country. But I think it is high time for the minister and his ministry to start considering, I know he has that innovative idea, to start considering the budget structure. I think we have to be more innovative if we really want to develop this country. And Honorable Speaker, going further, I also want to know the GDP of the various regions and constituencies, because to me, it is not reflecting in this year's budget, and it has never reflected in any of the budgets. And I believe this is something that is unacceptable. We have to know the GDP of the regions, because that is why I believe the fact of the matter is, whatever budget we approve here is here to address the needs and the concerns of the Gambian people. So that is why members rose up here and said, it is not yet our document until or unless we approve it. But notwithstanding, it is important to do the needful before we approve it. And I believe this is something that we must know and also understand how it really works. Honorable Speaker, going further, still on the issue of output, the Gambian embassies should provide a performance review report to the government and further be presented to the Parliament in order for us to understand better what we are doing. What exactly are we approving for the Gambian embassies all over the world? And what are they bringing in return to this country? We need to know. It cannot be a blind service anymore. The fact of the matter is, we cannot pay taxpayers' money to people that will serve us in embassies outside this country. At the end of the day, no embassy will tell you, this is what I did for the Gambia, or this is what I'm doing for the Gambia. It's high time we start raising eyebrows around this issue. And I think the Ministry of Finance should take it up with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to make sure that such a thing is addressed. Honorable Speaker, going further, I also want clarity on what happened to the $75 million that was appropriated by Parliament last year for reparation of the victims. Because we understood that a reparation bill was just passed through a certificate of emergency, that is through an extraordinary session, which was just a few weeks ago. So what happened with the 75 million that was appropriated for the budget estimate 2023? I will also want to know clarity. I will also want to have clarity on that. Honorable Speaker, I will also want to know how the budget is addressing the issues surrounding the people with disability and children. I know the response will be there is already a ministry that is responsible. But looking at their budget, 81 million, I think it is something that is at a low side, considering the level of people that are disabled in this country, and also understanding that we have children that are in this country. And when we talk about children, I think it should be a business of all of us, especially when it comes to understanding that they are the citadels of the nation, they are the cream of the society, and going further, if they become youth, they will be the current and the future leaders of this country. So in that regard, what are we doing to better prepare them? I think there should be enough programs for them so that they will be better equipped with all necessary resources in order to become very responsible leaders in this country. Because that is what we all yearn for. That is what we all think should happen. What effort are we putting in place in making sure that we enhance the entire process? This, I believe, should be considered. Going further again, Honorable Speaker, I will also want the Honorable Minister to clarify when it comes to the local government ministry budget, whether they have catered the 25% of the 60% development that is supposed to be given to all local councils in this country. Because I believe it is a law, and I also expect the government to respect the law. So in that regards, I want the minister to clarify on that, whether that is done for this estimate so that all councils will be able to realize this 25% of 60% development fund that they can use, understanding that the local councils are the direct representatives of the grassroots. Honorable Speaker, understanding that youth issues is a cross-cutting issue. Especially this very moment, the current Gambia that we all live in. We believe the young people constitute the majority of the population. And looking at the budget, I will also join some of the members that have raised concern about the low side of the youth budget, especially the youth and sports budget. I think it should be considered. We need to increase that amount, because we cannot stand here in Parliament and keep on saying the young people are the current and the future leaders of this country, when we are not doing absolutely nothing. And I said, and I mean absolutely nothing, to empower them. It is something that we must take upon ourselves and understand that whatever we do in terms of empowering young people, especially young people that are into business, that are into entrepreneurship, we have seen that young people are endeavoring themselves to venture into so many things, especially into career initiatives. So these are things that we really have to consider. I can see a budget line under the Ministry of Trade that talks about employment creation and labor administration, which talks about 4,885,000. This is something that we must consider as Parliament to even increase. But also, the accessibility of these funds is another problem. How the young people can get access to these funds. Because if we really mean empowering the young people, creating opportunities for them, we must also try by all means to put on the table clear information and criteria that can easily make them to access these funds. And it should not be business as usual, whereby it's a matter of whom you know. No, that shouldn't be the business. I think the dimension should change if we really want to move forward. And by conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I will just want to put this question to all members. And that is to say, as a country, what do we need? Do we want to maintain the same economy? Or do we want to build an economy? I think that will depend on us as members to work closely with the executive and see the way forward in terms of increasing our development budget. So in that regard, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North. I now invite the member for Talinding Kunja to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I will take much of your time. Personally, I think if you want to know the priority areas or how committed a government is with regards to its budget, with regards to in relation to departments and development plans it has, you have to look at the GLF component. Personally, if I want to look at the budget, I see how much are we ready as a country to invest our own money in our own development. You know, that's how you know whether we are serious or we are not serious. And then for me, some of the priority areas for us is very obvious when you look at what chunk of, what percentage of the GLF they consume, you know, in relation to their activities. Let me start by with education. Ministry of Education, which according to even the minister's statement and which is also evident in the report, it takes about 15%. But let's not put these two education institutional ministries together if we want to be fair. If you look at that 15%, 14%, more than 14% goes to Ministry of Basic and Secondary School Education. Only 0.78% goes to Ministry of Higher Education. And then if you look at government's plans in terms of how to advance higher education in this country, how to provide skills and development, and all these programs at the Ministry of Higher Education in terms of TVET, and you look at their budget, you tend to question, in terms of budgeting, is the Ministry of Finance looking at the priorities of the government and policies and align them to the programs of higher education? You know, so for me, that is my problem, because somebody even said in one of the utterances I hear outside that the Bagre syndrome is pushed by the failure of our education sector, which I beg to differ seriously. But if that is the case, if we want to address those issues, most of the people that are going through Bagre, what is forcing them? You look at the level of their education, the lack of skills, and now higher education coming with programs that are geared towards giving skills to these youths, so that even if they don't have, they can employ themselves here, apply themselves in this country, and have a source of livelihood. So if you look at all of those things, and you now see that the ministry being cut to this standard, it scares me. And then there is a column in the open scholarship that is cut by 20 million. And this Gambia, and in some countries, university, they make it very easy. Even our neighboring countries, their university is free. And not only that, government university, not only that, they give stipend to students to learn comfortably. You know, because we are trying to invest in our future. Yes, secondary education is the basic. But now, why is the connection to the higher education now? If you're giving them 14% of the budget that is out of the 15, and now the connection to go to the higher education where employability comes in, nothing is there. Can somebody now question what is the end game? What is the end result we are going to get? The impact will still not be noticeable in terms of national development and creating that pool of talents to contribute in national development. This has something to, and I want to add my voice to Forty Bintang Karanai. Although we have passed resolution not to redirect these savings, but we must make exceptions to the Ministry of Higher Education. You understand? We have to look at this critically to ensure that we augment, upgrade the issues that are there. Definitely, we cannot let it go like this if we want to be serious as a country. The other issue is if you look at the budget lines, people are talking about, yes, deficit, but it's not just about the deficit are not caused just by the interest in debt. We've seen an increase in recurrent expenditures, especially in the Ministry of Finance, over $500 million in their recurrent expenditure from last year to this year, over $500 million. I want to know why. Over $500 million. Yeah, they say yes, somebody who dishes out money will normally not forget himself. But sometimes you don't dish yourself and forget the rest. You understand? So I'm troubled with this $500 million in the Ministry of Finance. And you come to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, like somebody has said, almost $600 billion. I think from this year to next year. Look at it, it's there. Million, 600 million. I'm not saying billion. 600 million, an increment from this year to next year. And you're saying you are trying to do financial discipline. Over $500 billion. Now, these two ministries alone, they constitute more than $1 billion in addition to what is happening now. Ministry of Transport, yes, roads are important. But let's say we give more emphasis to agriculture as well. Like somebody said, you want to know how serious this government is, you have to look at the GLF. How do they commit their GLF to these ministries? Because as important as agriculture is, your GLF component, even in their development aspect, you reduce it by 26 million. Last year it was 88 million, some hundreds of thousands, now it's 62. It's down by 62 million, the GLF component I'm just talking about. While their recurrent is added, is increased. So I'm back to question. Whilst the recurrence in every ministry is increasing, their development component is reduced as far as the DLF is concerned. This does not look promising at all as far as I see it. The roads are important, but how do we now, could we be continuing to construct roads without looking at their pressure on the economy? Do we want to just be so ambitious every year to use 2 billion or more to be constructing roads and forgetting other ministries that can generate revenue and create even the roads that we are. You have seen PPP in other countries where you use these fast lanes, you pay. What kind of roads are we intending to construct with this every year 2 billion, every year 2 billion? How, it's important in the economy, but it's not the only one also. Hungry people cannot be riding on good roads. Poor people with good roads. So I think it's very important. Government is strategic in the way they dish out national cake so that it comes back to the people. So that we don't forget vital ministries, even Ministry of Tourism. Look at their allocation, 0.16% of the GLF. And then if you compare it last year, what is given to them is also still reduced. And the minister's statement is saying they expect a rebound. So we will wait until a rebound comes, we start to develop in there. What are the programs to ensure that we prepare, we ensure that we get this rebound? But then it's not just due to the COVID. I will disagree with that. Because in Europe, where COVID took place, they've received the best tourism turnout this year, since 2019. So what have you done since 2019 to ensure that because they have taken pragmatic steps since COVID happened to ensure that they get that rebound. And this year, go find it out. Europe realized it. Since 2019, what they have in tourism, they don't have it. So meaning next year also, it may be better. What have we done last year to expect that, to ensure that we have that rebound this year? We've not done that. Now we expect the rebound to come next year, but we have not catered anything in terms of development, product development, in terms of other issues in regards to this ministry. So we'll wait until there is rebound. How do we expect that to? But some of the issues also that we know is affecting our tourism is the airport fees. We all know. So how are we ensuring that it is part of the tickets and all those things that people are recommending? Because even the tourism minister stood here and talked about those things. So what are we doing to ensure we revamp this tourism industry? The other issue is like the RDF that Phony Councillor has talked about. You understand? So the problem with African countries, especially the development countries, is this sustainability that we always don't maintain. You started a project that is paying dividend. We've gone around, I'm in the health committee, we've gone around all these hospitals and saw the positive impact the RDF has made in the lives of the people there, not only in terms of availability of medicine and drugs, but also the remuneration of staffs that are there, and how accountable the process is. So now that that thing is faring well, you now want to substitute that, take the fund in these coffers and divert it to other coffers. That tells you the first instance that we are coming with this health insurance, the projections were wrong. If you do not have funds for this, why come up with it when you cannot finance it, when you cannot raise funds to fill it? Even last year, there was no money in it. So now we are diverting a project that is going to phase out in 2025. You put that money here. When that project phases out, how will you going to fund the health insurance scheme? So the RDF, I'm very much worried. Changing the RDF with the insurance scheme. And I want to caution us all to be very mindful of this. So the other issue I want to talk about is the security sector, but specifically the immigration. The immigration is pulling out a lot of revenue for government. Yes. But if you look at immigration itself, they are own areas. That one is embarrassing. What is given to them? They are raising more than what is given to them. But even what is given to them now, they are accruing areas because of their operations cost. If we don't give them more, but at least they shouldn't be owing any institution with regards to even if it is 1 million, it doesn't make sense. So I think that one too is a concern we should look at. And then I did say that. Yes, no, because and then the other issue where I want to put emphasis in, and that shows priority, majority, I'm sorry, but it has to do with the office of the president, which takes almost 3% of the budget. Yes. Office of the president is very important, but we have to look at how the recurrent expenditure is rising. Please, let's look at it. It's growing year by year. And then at some point, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, sometime the president was very pragmatic to reduce it. But it is coming back again. It's coming back again, and this is something we should flag. So that, because these recurrent issues, we should be very mindful of it and not relinquish our responsibility as a government to develop our own issues and now relinquish and give that responsibility to donors and grants and loans. The reason why I don't want to factor them, because we had failures with regards to donor issues. You've mentioned last year and year before last. So for me, that's why I base myself on GLF on most of the time. To look at the impact it can do. Because this is money we can have. This is money we know we can have. But there's no guarantee that those monies that you are catering for agricultural development, if they fail, and sometimes they come with condition. It's high time we start using our government money, our own taxpayers' money into agriculture, if we want to be serious, honestly. I cannot understand how we should give all the projects in agriculture can be given, even higher education. I see some, when you add the GLF loan and all these components, I've seen an increase, in terms of what is going to higher. I've seen that. But for me, I want to gauge the seriousness of the government based on the GLF. I've seen that. But those things, they come to address, even loans and projects, they come to address specific issues. And they can fail. We know government's attitude with projects. We know how they are easy eating project money and how they are spending project money. So this is my fear in all these things. I think people have said I've spoken long. So yes. I've spoken before you. Maybe that's why you just. Yes. Finance. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for being brief. In your own definition of brief, I wouldn't want to be here when you speak long. Thank you very much. Minister, he said poor people with good roads. Poor people with good roads will enhance their economy. Will, at least, if you give them good roads, water, electricity, will definitely boost the economic situations of our people. Thank you. Now I give the floor to the member for Sabasanjang.
What's up? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. To be honest, I will not take long. Yes, I bet it will not be more than 10 minutes. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I first have to thank FPAC for the report and also to thank the ministry for working with various departments, various ministries to make sure that they bring us this budget before us. I just have few observations and reservations which I definitely want the minister to consider as far as this budget is concerned. Some make mention of domestic resource mobilization. And if you look at it, it says tax on goods and services is projected to be 35.74% on revenue generation. And also tax on international trade and transit goods, 22.5%, all on revenue generation. I think this is a very serious thing that we need to look at. Because when we are budgeting, we need to consider the impact of the budget on society. What impact will it have on society? If you're saying that on the revenue generation, tax on international trade and transit goods will be to 22.5%. That means the goods that we are importing into the country will what? Increase. The prices of goods will increase. Because if you increase tax on them, at the end of the day, the end user have to pay more to benefit from those goods. Let's say, for example, the importation of rice. If an investor is taxed at a higher price, at the end of the day, the price of rice will increase. So considering the end user, who is in Basse, let's say, and factoring out all the transportation costs at the end of the day, how much are we going to buy a bag of rice? So it's going to increase. We have to expect that. Also, on project grants, you're saying under revenue generation 28.96, and 100% of this is from foreign countries. So if we want to continue relying on grants and donors from other countries to develop our nation, is that something that we can sustain? Sometimes we have to factor these things out. That means if these project grants are not coming, our development as a country will fail. So we should try to look at other means of getting our own money to invest in our own country. Let us not rely on increasing the tax only to make sure that we generate money for our country. Because if you increase the tax, the food, basic commodities will also increase, especially on international trade. Because most of those commodities that we are using in this country are imported. Rice is imported, oil is imported, sugar is imported, and you increase tax on those investors. This thing needs to be looked at. I think the best thing we can do is to invest on agriculture, empower our farmers to make sure that they produce oil, because we used to have it back in the days. From our groundnuts, we used to have oil. And we can still continue to do that. We can invest on them so that they can produce much groundnut as possible. And then we can invite investors to come and build factories in our country so that we can have our own oil. And that would make it cheaper before you increase the tax on the investor bringing oil to this country, when we can make our own oil. I think that needs to be considered. On education, I think various speakers have already mentioned that higher education is a very important institution. How do we make sure that we fix this thing? Actually, some are saying this budget does not belong to us, especially the Honorable Member for Serekunda. Of course, the budget is ours. The minister can only prepare and bring it to us. There is no need for us to question the minister. How can we help minister this, minister that to get the budget? No, the budget is here with us. Let us make sure we do the needful when we go to Committee of Supply. Those ministries that need more budget support, we support them. We have the powers. I think that is the responsibility of the National Assembly members and not the minister. So, how can we provide options that will help us to stop depending on grants and loans for revenue generation? This is something that, Honorable Minister, we did, because as the Minister of Finance, it goes beyond only spending the money or spreading it within ministries. What initiatives is the ministry making to make sure that the economy of this country will grow? Because year in, year out, we'll bring this thing. This is a colonial book. Since colonial era, we have been using this. You see, one thing that has failed us as a nation is depending on colonial masters. Totally. It will fail us. Because when they came, they did not use our education system to teach us how to practicalize our own development. But what they did was how they want us to understand what they want to bring to our country. They realized that we don't understand their system. So they were only teaching us how to understand what they want to bring to our country. For example, you have doctors, people with doctor's degree. They can only inject or prescribe, but they cannot make that simple medicine. They cannot. You go to the Ministry of Health, you have doctors there. Those doctors can only prescribe or they inject you with the medicine. But can they make the medicine itself? No. So if we are investing on education, let us invest on technical key areas. Higher education. They have these TVET centers, which is helping our own youth to train them on skills, to be able to make sure that they make things on their own, and then which will be marketable to our own country, in our own country. So what can we do to empower those youth? We understand that the budget, when it comes to youth sector, it is cross-cutting. Because if you go to Ministry of Trade, they have a budget line for the creation of employment for youth. You go to Ministry of Youth and Sport, the same thing. But what actually is important is that what can we invest on higher education to make sure that our youth will be trained at their skills centers, so that at the end of the day, each and every one of them will be able to do things on their own, even without depending on employment from government. So I think we need to be more proactive when it comes to this budget. Honorable Speaker, whatever approval we are giving here, by next budget session, we should be able to invite the minister to say we allocated $5 million or $1 million to Ministry of Agriculture. How was it spent? Was it allocated? And if it is allocated, how was it spent? Sometimes you go to ministries, they will complain that finance is not responding to their budget, to the approved budget. They are not getting the monies that was approved from National Assembly. But how do you expect the Ministry of Finance to disburse funds to you when you are not performing? Before they give you that money, you have to show them commitment that this is what the results will be at the end of the day. You are giving $5 million, you are not responding to as per how that $5 million was spent. And you expect them to give you another budget line. That's a question that we need to ask various ministries. With those simple remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Sabah Sanjal. You spent 9 minutes out of your 10 minutes under 10 minutes you promised. Now I invite the member for Lower Salem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister and his staff for taking the bold step on their constitutional mandate. Honorable Speaker, my interventions today will be short, because if you speak last, you speak less. Honorable Speaker, again, I want to just to make a recommendation to the Honorable Minister again. This is the first experience that I had, though it's difficult to prepare a budget, but then I want you and your staff to adjust on this, in this area, where 2 documents are circulated, not to repeat those kind of things, 2025 budget session. With that regards, Honorable Speaker, I want to take my floor and speak about these issues. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, I think now the system has to be changed, Honorable Minister, because the blame game in your ministry is too much. I think now you have to be strict on the reality, what is on the ground. Resource mobilizations is a problem and it's a key that people have to do. Honorable Speaker, there are many loopholes in the country that you and your ministry and GRA should adjust. Today, when you are staff in other institutions, within 2 years, starting building story buildings, I think those things should be look at. And the modality also on taxations is important. Honorable Speaker, you go to these grant projects that are given to Gambia. Normally when projects come, those ones, they evacuate that project. And there is no corporate tax. No, there are no tax that are paid through their payroll. We need to look on those issues also. Though it's a project, but this project also has to be taxed because they are Gambia. Honorable Speaker, you can check how many billions, what the member said, telling you, over 2 billions that are spent on constructing roads. And these are big companies that normally take these projects of building. But their corporation tax also is not paid, Honorable Speaker. I think Gambia is the only country that are limited on taxation. And taxation is a force on any human being in Earth that you should pay, especially the companies that are owned by big investors. Now, for instance, for years now, giving big companies roads to build, you are not taxed for anything. And in fact, the most serious one is you are given free duty waiver. These are all costs of leakages. You can't do it in other countries. I think the ministry and GRA should work on this leakage of funds or taxations in our country. Honorable Speaker, you go to land system. Today, Gambians are buying expensive land for millions of dollars. How much government owns in that taxes or in that land buying or selling? I think the rent, the plot of land paying these freeholds, if I guess, is $250. In provinces is $150. These are all, how to call it, all tax. We need to go forward. These ones today, if you want to buy a land, nothing less than 500,000. Then you can get a land where you're going to be a resident. The rent issue in Gambia is a constant, Honorable Speaker. You bought a land, Honorable Speaker. Each person who is renting that house, you will pay nothing more than $7,000 for every month. And in fact, they ask you 6 months deposit. With this poor country, how can we do that? This is why you can see many of us, sorry to say this, we are corrupt by the system. Because you will think of, at the end of the month, you will pay $7,000 of rent. You will think of how to survive, give survival to your families. Especially when a bulk of the family is lying on you. Don't do it. You have to corrupt the system. I think, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you need to check on the rent issue, the rental issue in the Gambia. That's a big fraud, and they are not paying any dividend to the government. Honorable Speaker, most of members have alluded about this foreign currency, the exchanging bureaus. It's only Gambia where you go free market. And in fact, what they are paying, nothing absolutely. And you can see one person every day, he will collect more than $100,000 without even not getting any bureau. You will just be in a corner, you know, if you come, Lobuga, what do you want? What is that? Go to in other countries, you have to present your ID card first or your passport to change your foreign money. Just last week, I traveled to Spain. I have to change monies, but I have to use my passport. But Gambia, everything is free. And this free cannot help us. And this free always will cause you a burden to your ministry. You have to be very straightforward. You do the right thing, people will follow you. Not everybody will like you. You have to do the right thing. That will be a detriment of every Gambian for his survival. Everything is free. You go to the health sector, it's free. You go to the foreign exchange, it's free. You go anywhere, it's free. Everywhere is free. We are in which country that you go and find all this free. Never. Even in America, that people are saying, in China, even our neighboring countries, health is the most expensive thing. Now, increasing this all levies, increasing only $100 is what $100 can get you. $100, what he can get you. You buy credit within 1 hour, it's finished. And how many $100 that you spend to buy credit? How many $100 is that you buy, that you invest in the market? My friend, if you want to lead us, you have to lead us with reality. Make it right. Because today, if there's any difficulties, people will face you people and the government. That is the government. And if the government wants to make it right, the citizens will not allow us to make it right. We have to be very frank to each other. Things are not getting right, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, most of members saying we need to increase youth budget. For what? How many youth? I'm less than 35 years old. But what that ministry has done for youth, I myself, in my constituency, nothing absolutely. How many backways, how many youth that have gone try to this back way? And they all end up dying in the sea, Middle Sea. If you have a program that you're going to support youth, not only football, and in fact, even this football, they are even including youth on this football. Honorable Speaker, that budget line is not going to be increased at the ministry because they don't have any programs that will be going to help. Honorable Speaker, if the chairman or you are taken by them, this is my right to do. And these are my people who send me. And you cannot stop me saying it. You being the chairman, maybe you have a benefit in that youth ministry. With your other colleagues, don't have it. We make things right. Today, how many youths die through this back way? And how many of them even, in fact, evacuate from Germany, the other part of Europe, and they are back? Just yesterday, I was watching one of these migrants. He said, in fact, even if I have taxi, I will make it. So it means that youth is ready to work. But what incentive that we are giving to them? Because you spend your entire monies to back way. At the end of the day, you see yourself in Gambia. They have to be frustrated. And this frustration makes them to do what they expect to do. Because each of us, you came from a good family. Because condition drags you in order to do things that is not expected from you. Honorable Speaker, fisheries. We have big resources here. That is the river. This is also. We need to create for employment for our youth. We buy vessels for the youth. There was one of President pronounces that we're going to buy vessels for youth. But then they don't take it seriously. I thought this budget would have addressed all these issues. Because today, if we said this budget is program-based budgeting, Honorable Speaker, none of these ministries, and in fact, today you can see, you take each of members' view. You cannot address our views. Because the bulk of your work in your ministry is it's more than 53 members, 58 members, or 57 members. Each of these members cannot address our issues. I guess all these ministries, if the ministers we are not here, but our permanent secretaries should be here. If they are sure what they are doing. But then all these ministries, you know what they need? Our vehicle. We want to buy vehicles, travel expenses, no other things. This budget should be revisited, Honorable Speaker, the way the budget is prepared. I'm not saying there's no trouble. I'm not saying that, no. But each of these people, if you travel, if you come back, you need to put something on the desk. You have gone to this social, out of this meeting, this is what you agreed on. Each of the, because even members, if we travel, there is always a report in Parliament. Is that happening in your cabinet? It should be, Honorable Speaker. The chunk of our budget is all be on this travel. Today, in fact, today, most of ministries, they are airlines, over the excess their travel budget. 7 million, 5 million, and I can prove evidence here. Now, 5, 7 million, 3 millions. You understand? They exhausted their travel votes. I think it's better we revisit our old work to the government people. I think we are not fair to them. Things, the way it's going is sad. The rich are getting richer. The poor are getting poorer. Every day, Honorable. It's sad. And it's us, the Parliament, that will make this change. And charity begins at home. You understand? But we will not do it. Because we are all micromanaged by something. Sorry to say, if you want to speak the truth, somebody will knock you out. Or they will even stop. And we are representing our people. Before you get this seat, you have struggled. You know, going campaign, saying people, we will do this, we will do this, we will do that. But after sitting down in these seats, forget everything. And you are micromanaged by an individual or somebody. I will never and ever leave this Parliament. And there's no power who will make me to leave this Parliament. And there will no frustration that will make me to leave this Parliament. I have to represent my people. Going out from this chamber doesn't show any dividend. You living out now, the seat is empty. What you should say, people say here, that will be moot. I think you express your disappointment and you resolve that problem. It's better of leaving that chamber, I think. Nobody will make me to leave this seat. If that happens that day, the two doors will close. Because I'm representing ourselves here. And nobody can intermediate Honorable Senator. I have to represent my people well. And nobody can make me moot in this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, the budget process, I don't know. Many budget lines that are in this book are not necessary. We have been seeing the RIP every year in Parliament. This is never changed. Today, this is the 6th year I'm sitting on the 6th. It's never changed, and there's a furniture and fitting everywhere in our budget lines. Maintenance of buildings. This building is only maintenance when there is sonar. Only. And in fact, it's always white it was. They only use, no, it's not, we are serious. You mean that is every sooner with that white was, that a bucket of $1,000. And if you ask them how much you spend, they'll tell you millions of dollars or hundreds of dollars. When you go to the health facility, there's no drugs. People are dying on backway. You go to the agriculture, there's nothing absolutely. And we said agriculture is the backbone of the country. I think, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you need to revisit the way telephone, how to call it, telecommunication expenses. For what? You are paid your salaries. And in fact, each of these offices, there are telephone lines. In fact, it's easy. This world is advancing every day. People are using internet to communicate, emails to communicate. What again, telephone allowance? What? And your one telephone allowance is far more than the one that you are paying salaries. A single servant. No, Honorable Speaker. What for? Because you are paid your salary. Now you create a telephone allowances for Honorable Senator. I'm paid salary. You pay me salary, you pay me telephone allowances. And that telephone allowance is far more than the civil servant down there, a teacher, who is working at the post, a nurse at the post, a soldier at the post, police. No, this is, are we serious? And that telephone allowance is far more than those security officers that make you to sleep, you and I. They are outside killing themselves. I think we should revisit all these things. And I am proposing to members. And we can do it. And we should do it. Those ones who are rich, we allow the poor ones to elevate to reach them. But you can be richer, poor getting poorer. Or Kinola. Because you will not move. You can see. This survival, in fact, is a problem. This country is the best country so far, if things goes well. But nothing is going well. But now the body is on parliamentarians now, because we have 53 constituencies that people brought us here to be their mouthpiece and their eye. Let's make things right. Nobody should stop us making things right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Salu. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I must commend the FPAC for doing justice to the document. Honorable Speaker, the document before us today, the budget, I think FPAC has confined the parliament to a very small zone whereby we cannot contribute much, because these are our individual committee report that were compiled together, Honorable Speaker. But notwithstanding, I just have 3 thematic areas that I wanted to speak on. Honorable Speaker, I start with gender. If you look at the budget, Honorable Speaker, both the development budget and the manpower, I think a lot needs to be done around the gender end, Honorable Speaker. The Gambia is the first country to ratify. The Gambia is the first African country to sign the Maputo Protocol on women's rights, but yet still women are subjected to some inhuman treatment. And I think the gender unit should cater something for the women. If they stand for trial, they can be supported, because a lot of women are subjected to verbal assault, and they cannot pay for themselves when they want to stand for trial. Again, on the maternal and child health also, a lot need to be done, but a minimal amount was allocated there. I think that one also need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, going to finance, Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Minister for Finance, we all understand that the Ukraine war has affected our revenue. I don't know whether you have any plan ahead of 2024 to gain more revenue for this country in the area of fuel, because most of these fuel sellers are using the storage and they were not paying a single dime. And I think if you come up with mechanism, you can use that as a source of revenue for the country. Again, with the embassies, Honorable Minister, a lot of European countries were exempted from paying visa fee. I think that one also can be a source of revenue for the country if we plan it well, though it will not stop the tourists from coming, but it will boost our economy, because we cannot exempt those countries who are richer than us when we are tax gain revenue country. Honorable Speaker, finally, security. I think we need to do something about the security situation of the country, which is not dealt with clearly in the security unit of the budget. Honorable Speaker, most of the military deployment were informed by security threat. And there are security threats in the areas like the Nyakwe, Kerawan, Taibatu land dispute, the Dasilame, Tranquil territorial dispute also is a very security threat that everybody must pay attention to. The caste clan issue within the Serehule area also, which I think the securities cannot report there at the right time, and sometimes they are under resources. If you ask them, they will say that they don't have mobility, and so I think your ministry needs to cater for that under defense also. Honorable Speaker, on those few remarks, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Janjambur.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much to FPAC Committee, and by extension to the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. To start with, I definitely want to observe that with Honorable Speaker, I definitely want to observe that with the budget, I believe it is one of the most important instruments for the National Assembly and the Gambia as a whole. And as such, I want to encourage the respective ministries to affiliate themselves with the budget speech. The reason why I am saying this, this reminded me about last year when the late Vice President was occupying the office. He was with us from the start of the budget to the end till, not just him, but also with the entire cabinet. But today, it is very sad that the gallery is very empty for the fact that you cannot see the respective ministries being represented here, neither their permanent secretaries. And if it comes to the budget, many a times, the complaint you would hear or that would emerge would be the Ministry of Finance have not been giving them the fair share of what they have been requesting. But again, it is important to ask, or for them to ask themselves, if really they're equally doing justice to really follow the procedures of the budget and also to ensure that their inputs are captured as expected. So for me, I want to encourage the various ministries to take this parliament serious, more especially during budget periods. We want to see them, not just to see them, but also we want to interact with them wherein we can defend some of their budget lines, but not in the opposite. However, I want to limit my deliberations on the report of FPAC. And by looking at things, you will realize that the report seems to be centered on just one thing, that is the expenditure line. And I believe as a country, more especially a country of 2 million people, we should be equally looking at the revenue stream of this country. And for me, I don't really see the Gambia as a poor nation. I believe we are a rich nation. Our only problem is how do we manage the resources that we have in this country? Being it the human resource, being it the natural resource, you name it. For me, I feel we're doing very little effort to cope some of the challenges that this nation is facing as a whole. So for me, I want to challenge FPAC to also guide us through as to what is the government doing as an effort to mobilize resources locally. We have seen state-owned enterprises in this country that has the potentials to mobilize resources, more especially around tax and taxations. But it seems we're doing very little. And looking at the objective of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, what they're looking at mostly is how do we curb the deficit. And apart from curbing the deficit, the other thing the ministry or the government is looking at is how do we mobilize local resources. And the avenues that really prevails in this country in mobilizing resources, it seems there are a lot of leakages. Over the past, we have seen some of the corruption cases that were reported in public. I can take a brighter example with Gambia Ports Authority. I think there was even a petition before this National Assembly as to some of the corruption practices that prevail in that particular institution. But again, we have seen very little efforts in curbing some of those problems. Let's look at Social Security. As an institution, they equally has potentials to mobilize resources. Let's look at the security port. As we speak, the processing of national identities and passports are at halt, simply because the government couldn't really proceed to sign a long-term agreement with SAMLEX. And Honorable Minister or Honorable Speaker, we will indeed appreciate if the Ministry of Finance can update this Honorable House as to the state of SAMLEX agreement with the Gambia government. Because we believe, as a sector, it has huge potentials to address some of the economic challenges we are facing today. I will go to the report of FPAC on point 1.4. I think the idea here is to clear the deficit. And looking at 1.4, that says, Office of the President, it says there was no savings under the OP's budget. However, the committee recommends reallocations to priority budget line as indicated on the attached addendum. For me, if you look at the draft budget before us for the Office of the President, last year I said this, and this year I will repeat myself. Charity begins at home. And FPAC should be in a position to help in slicing down the budget of the Office of the President, in ensuring that we're able to service the deficit that the government is committed to. But then it seems very little is done around that. But we are able to go further to look at other ministries by cutting them. So for me, my recommendation here is going to be, with cutting, we need to look at some of these offices and see where possible we can cut part of their itemized budgets and ensure it is able to service the deficit. Let's look at the National Assembly, because it wouldn't be fair to talk about other institutions and forgetting the National Assembly. With the National Assembly, for example, with the Office of the Speaker, because he's the overall head of this institution, let's look at the robbing allowance. What kind of robbing are we talking about? And who are we going to rob and where are we going to rob the individual? I think this particular budget item needs to be looked into and reconsidered in ensuring that we address our problems. Let's look at the clothing allowance. One of the members said it here. It was all over everywhere with our electorates, even challenging us to say that they voted us into office, but it seems we are trying to enrich ourselves. And if you have to be honest here, most of us, 2/3 of the members, if you look into our accounts, it's red. We're not rich. We are as poor as any other Gambian, if we have to be realistic, because we believe we serve in the people of this country and at the best of their interest. So for me, the National Assembly, even looking at the budget on travels, one of the items I saw was 20 million. Who are traveling with this money? Let's start asking ourselves. Some of us have been here for 2 years. We have not even been to Casamas. Whilst others repeatedly are traveling and exhausting some of these budgets in the name of what? Representing Parliament. Let's speak the truth. How many of those people have returned back in these chambers to give us a report of their travels? Before I forget, on the clothing allowance, specifically, it's looking at the staffs. It's understood. But again, it seems we're just looking at the top hierarchy, forgetting the rest of mankind. Let's look at our committee clerks. They are always before public. And for me, I believe if we are to cater for clothing allowance, this particular unit of the National Assembly service need to be considered. Let's look at the car allocations. It is restricted to few staffs. Due to what? They will tell you the National Assembly regulation or so. What about the rest of the directors? Are they not human beings? Are they not serving a purpose like the rest of the staffs are doing? So for me, if we are to address any problem, we need to start it by ourselves. The rest, I wouldn't talk about them. We know how this parliament is working or how this National Assembly is working. It's like an animal farm. We would accept it as it is. Honorable Speaker, let's look at agriculture. I want to believe that agriculture could be a sector that can build the economy of this nation, that can reduce the inflation, but that would depend on our innovations. And Honorable Speaker, what I really want some of these ministries to tell us is, we have to be honest, because it was a few months ago that we were informed as a committee, no matter how much we invest in the agricultural sector, if we don't work on our lands, productivity is not something that we can achieve as expected. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we want to encourage the Ministry of Agriculture to go back to the drawing board and look at things that are of priority. We commit our resources into those than just limiting our resources to travel expenses, office furnitures, fuel, you name it. Whilst if you go to the regions, in the respective directorates, even the cash power to run those respective directorates, sometimes it is the regional director who will dip his hand in his pocket, buy cash power to get a government institution to run. And this is not hearsay. Some of these things emerge from the monitoring we were doing. But you wouldn't hear from the Minister of Agriculture in Banjul or at Kwat Rangul to tell you that today I don't have cash power, I have to buy it from my pocket. So for me, it is about time to stop enslaving one another. It is high time. We either do it now or then we perish forever. Honorable Speaker, last year we said our budget is going to be on program-based budgeting. It stopped here after last year, December. It stops in this very parliament. Even the parliament budget, when they're drafting it, many a times you are not even consulted. All that we see is a sheet of paper before us telling us A, B, C, D is the budget for the parliament. Before we can hold people accountable, I think we should start by ourselves. And with budgeting, it should be participatory. And this is not what we are definitely seeing as a nation. Let's look at the Ministry of Higher Education. A colleague said it. With higher education, all that is given to them is 0.78% of the budget. And this particular ministry, I think it has been said by almost every other person that spoke before me. That is to say, it is one of the most successful ministries. As much as we have a commitment to address the deficit, it shouldn't also be at the detriment of ordinary citizens. If our young people are not educated, I'm sorry, then the crime rate will continue to increase. The unemployment rate will continue to increase. And you name it. I think the last one, not even, let me not say I think, the last one here in this very chambers, the president said he was going to create 150,000 jobs for young people. Instead, almost 100,000 young people has perished in the Atlantic Ocean, simply because they have no hope. They have nowhere to face. And for me, sometimes the executive is being misled, more especially with some of the so-called private sector that will, let's say, for example, go to GAIPA and say, this is the company I want to create, with a very nice proposal, and to say, I will create, let's say, 20,000 employment within 3 years. And come and see, after 2 or 3 years, they will abandon that particular institution or organization and go and create a different institution just to baffle the government and escape from paying taxes. So for me, we need to be a bit serious. It's not just about passing or approving a budget. How do we monitor to ensure that every other sector delivers as expected. Because most of our sectors are not delivering. Most of our sectors are not delivering. And still, the government is subventing them as institutions. Let's look at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, you have over 5 or 7 satellite institutions that, if they are supported, can change the narrative. But it has been the same story year after year. All that we are good at is, during the peak of politics, to put our young people on top of vehicles. We don't even give them proper transportations. But we put them anywhere. We think we can travel with them, go do campaign with promises. When we are elected into office, we get our seats. We think that's the end of the world. That's when we forget those young people. Look at the National Youth Council, per se, as an example. If they are given the necessary resources, they can change the narrative. Why do I say they can change the narrative? Because I have some of the members saying some of these youth institutions don't have programs. I differ with that. They have programs. Their challenge is they don't have access to resources. For example, with the National Youth Council, most of their activities have been supported by the international organizations, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, you name it. Should we continue to rely on international organizations to leverage our young people? It should start from us. The GLF should be able to address the challenges that our young people are facing. Let's look at the National Sport Council. Sometime mid this year even, the issue of the Independence Stadium emerged, and over 100 million or about 160 million were committed to the Ministry of Youth and Sports to renovate our 30-year colonial Chinese Independence Stadium. When in reality, we could commit funds to build proper and standard independent stadium that will help to accommodate our home games rather than traveling to other countries to host our home games. We have seen what had happened in Morocco some few months ago when our national team was in Morocco to play a home game. When are we going to be serious? Even though I have reservations for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, looking at the sport levy, looking at the identified projects on sports development, more especially for our rural communities. And to tell you, Honorable Speaker, to develop in this country, we must factor the life and livelihoods of our rural people. There is a huge gap comparing urban and rural development. All our money is centered in the greater Banjul area. This is why some of us are saying rent is expensive. It will be expensive simply because the demand is high. The demand is high. But again, if there is equal distribution of our economy, then some of these young people drifting from rural to urban will stay back home and contribute to the local economy of our respective communities or regions. So, Honorable Speaker, I would appreciate if the ministry can look into developing our rural settlements, more especially the rural young people. Let's look at NYSS, the National Youth Service. It is a very, very important institution. But again, we're using it as a stepping stone. They don't even have a proper structure, and we're still committing money into some of these institutions. For me, some of these institutions need to go back to the drawing board and ensure that the needful is done and the required resources to be also allocated to them. Therein, we can achieve our dreams and goals than just as it is. Let's look at the Ministry of Health. Honorable Speaker, I would also appreciate if the Honorable Minister can furnish us within the budget line, more especially with purchase of ambulances for communities. For example, in my own community, it's over 3-4 years we have been denied an ambulance. Not just been denied, but our ambulance was rightfully retrieved from us, taken to Kauru. And until today, the minister will be telling us, in December, you will get an ambulance. Honorable Speaker, I want to know if this 2024 budget will help to address the people of Janjambure to get an ambulance. And that answer would definitely go a long way to relieve the people of Janjambure, not just as Gambians, but also as taxpayers, regardless of the size of the community or the constituency. Honorable Minister, I want us to look at environment. Environment. This particular ministry has a lot of potentials, Honorable Speaker. Let's look at our natural resources. If you tell me the Gambia don't have a natural resource, I always tell you, no, we do. We are just exploiting one another. It's the reality. Let's look at Combo South, what is happening there. How much resource is going out of Combo South? Let's look at the sand. What are we getting out of it? And Honorable Speaker, I will appreciate if the Honorable Minister can give us a statistic of how much revenue are we generating from that particular sector. We should be able to compare the income and the expenditure. Not just expenditure, expenditure, expenditure. That is what style. Let's look at our forest under environment. We have national parks in this country that are underutilized. We have parks that are underutilized. Even to an extent, the gazetting some of those parks that were gazetted. Let's look at the Monkey Park, the Bigelow Forest Park. Let's take that as an example. Let's look at the Kiam West National Park. Can't we invest in those areas to enhance economic gains? What is wrong with us as a country? Let's take an example with our neighboring country, Senegal here. How much is Nyoko Loko Bar making for that country? Not just for international travelers, but as well as domestic travelers. Our players in the tourism industry, the best time you can get good money is if you sell Senegal as part of your trip, simply because they have what it takes to attract visitors. For us, we are killing our resources and developing another man's country. It is in the same line we sell our sea to Senegal. We are here crying, saying our young people are lazy. Do you think you will put me in a canoe to go and fish in the Atlantic Ocean? Some of these things is common sense. Let's get them the rightful resources. I'm pretty sure if that is done, most of our young people will stay and make it here. Like a few years ago, the slogan, take a fee. It's true. It's not just going to be like take it like that. Take a fee, the money is in your pocket. Your yange take it, man mange de. Honorable Speaker, petroleum and energy. petroleum, and energy. Equally, it has the potentials to help our economy to grow. Let's look at NAVEC as an institution, even though it's a SOE. Even though it's a SOE, why are we generating power from Senegal, leaving our Kotu power station to die? This is exactly what is happening, if we have to be realistic to one another. There is little investment on some of the resources that we have, but instead, leakage. Our money is going. We are dying. Let's look at the feeders with NAVEC. Let's look at the transformers. They have been there since colonial days. Nothing has been changed. This is why you can find on and off 20 times in a day. When few are enjoying within the institution, whilst the rest of mankind who are doing the work are not being motivated. And we still want a result. It can't be. So for me, I want to believe that we still need to invest in order to gain. As much as we want to address the deficit, we must also invest. Let's look at our tourism industry. Let's look at the allocation. It's very minimal. It's like it's even the poor people that are driving our industry. For example, if you look at cultural management in this country, it is communities that are spearheading it. And because of those events, it is attracting numbers in this country. But how much is government supporting those communities? More especially with communities that are organizing annual festivals. Almost every region you go to, you will find a community that organize an annual festival. But all that the ministry can give is either 25,000 or 15,000. And we're talking about a festival that will cost you nothing less than $500,000. You know, if you don't have the money, let's prepare the ground. Let's make it conducive. In the tourism industry as well, Honorable Speaker, I want to understand, or I want to be informed, the avenues that can generate us income. It's important. We cannot be committing our resources to institutions when in reality we don't know how much they are bringing in. Under the ministry, we know you have the Gambia Tourism Board, you have National Center for Arts and Culture, Gambia Tourism and Hospitality Institute, the list goes on. And each of these institutions has potentials to help the local economy to grow immensely, not just the economy, but also to create sustainable employment for our young people. Let's look at the hotels. We need a register, Honorable Speaker, on institutions where the government is able to mobilize resources locally. We need a register. It cannot be as usual. Let's look at interior. And I will align that with roads, I think. Some of the members, yes, they were talking about building roads or constructing roads. Yes, it's definitely important. And it creates an easy movement of people and goods. But again, what are some of the economic opportunities around our roads? For example, with the Gambia Police Force, the traffic officers, when you make an offense on the road, you negotiate with them, you give them something, they put it in their pocket, or they come with a receipt, tell you this is a road offense, you pay and whatever. These are some of the things we need to look at. These are all leakages. If you make an offense, you are able to pay $1,000 to the state, it's an income. But if you should allow an officer on the road collecting $100 to $200 for fish money, what are we doing? What are we creating as a nation? Honorable Speaker, we have a long way to go as a country. We have a long way to go as a country. And for me, it's not just about approving a budget. It should equally be a responsibility on each and every one of us as honorable members to ensure that the money or the resources that are committed to these ministries, we monitor them as expected. But again, we must be reminded that we cannot do some of these things without resources. For example, I belong to a particular committee. That is the Youth and Sports and Tourism Committee. I couldn't do my oversight functions because Parliament said they have no money, meaning the Finance Ministry couldn't allocate us with the needed resources for we to go and conduct our oversight function, which is constitutional. But then again, they can be busy chasing us, telling us, help us, let's get our budget approved and all not. Hey, it don't work like that. Before I give you a dime, I should know the 25 butut I give you, how you spend it. We know it's hard to measure impacts. But again, after 1 or 2 years, more especially after implementing or after committing resources, we should be able to measure some of the impacts that our resources are making. But no, we're just working in the dark. And I'm not surprised. This is why the ministers are not here. They feel we just talk. This is the way we've been taken. They don't take us as serious people because we compromise. And this is something that we should desist from, honorable members. We should make sure, because they will tell you, we are the custodian of the budget. Yes, when it's approved, I'm the custodian of the budget. And as a politician, I have to be honest to you. My ultimate desire always is to get the budget administered to the latter. Because what has been approved in the budget, if it can address the problem of my constituency and the Gambia at large, I can raise my hand and say, oh, when we were in the parliament, we were able to do A, B, C, D through the government. This is why we are called a government. But then it's the opposite. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to challenge the ministries because it has been a culture over the past. Anytime they come, finance don't give money. All that we are able to get is 30%. The last bilateral I had, or we had with a particular ministry, they couldn't even recall how much percent of the budget they received from the Ministry of Finance. They couldn't even recall. But all that we could hear was, it's even less than 30%. And this is the Ministry of Agriculture. And we want to encourage, because for me, I told them open right, this is not the right time to complain. The best time you can complain is after the first or second quarter. You have not received what has been allocated to you. You have every right to come back to us. Then we can engage the Ministry of Finance and also engage you to see as to how we can address these problems. But they will never do until at the end of the year. So for me, Honorable Speaker, we really need to do justice by ensuring that we salvage the Gambia as a nation, and we ensure that the plight of Gambians is being addressed through how budgets are allocated. On that note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora and the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, the report before us is a consolidated report from the FPAC. Before going proper to the debate proper, I want to register my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the members of the committee through the chairman for ably doing justice to the task and trust that were given to them. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to also recognize in our midst here the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for presenting 2024 estimate of revenue and expenditure from January to December, both dates inclusive. Honorable Speaker, there is no government that have not got the plights of citizens at heart. There is no parliamentarian who haven't got the plight of Gambians in their heart. The more you want this country to develop, that is the same vein the government also wants this nation to develop. Discrepancies might vary on your policies, how you view things, how you see things, and how you perceive or your perception towards addressing a concern. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I want to read with your permission the statement of the Minister, which reads, the 2024 budget is anchored on the reduction of overall fiscal deficit, including the gradual reduction of net domestic borrowing as percentage of GDP over the medium term. The reason being, the ministry intends to pursue rationalization of expenditures, improving domestic revenue mobilization, and innovative non-debt revenue creating initiative, asset recycling program. The ministry and the government are of the view that the nation cannot have all what it takes to finance their programs. Looking at the debt burden, looking at the macro and micro financial policies, how do we bring down T-bills, treasury bills? Because when government intends to compete in the market, you are rest assured of making interest rates higher for ordinary citizens to have access to financing. It is based on these parameters, government tried to discipline itself in reducing the net domestic borrowing. But of course, venturing into what they call the fiscal or asset recycling. I want to defer to members of parliament that earlier took the floor to speak against the decision of government in terms of asset recycling. You must understand the spirit and the intent of asset recycling. You should also understand the genesis. You should understand what it seeks to address. Asset recycling, we are all of the view that government may not be very proper in terms of revenue collections, managing effectively and efficient in terms of collecting tax and revenue. But venturing into PPP, there would be an avenue whereby these private investors would put every measures in place to maximize revenue collection without creating unnecessary leakages or loss of revenue to states. Honorable Speaker, the asset recycling does not only help government in terms of maximizing revenue collection, it also serves as a financing mechanism where government can go into a sort of contract, getting a readily made available resources to finance the competing demands of the society, addressing the challenges in the society that are faced with. Probably, government may not have in hand the requisite resources available at hand to address some of these competing demands of society. But with this asset recycling, there could be a lump sum of government to be given to them, and they will focus on trying to recover those monies given to government. Government will now address this thing or invest it in other area. That's how governments of the world operate. So, Honorable Minister, this is the right move in the right direction. We thank you for the foresight. Honorable Speaker, if you look at also on a speech, that growth continues to remain strong despite the global and domestic challenges. The war in Ukraine, lingering effect of pandemics, tightening global fiscal condition continues to slow global growth. Of course, this is evident. No country is an island. The world has turned into a global village, and therefore, the repercussion or the spillover or the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia-Ukraine war will affect any economy. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament have also made enormous contribution in aspect of increment of percentage of tax. If I look at the submission given by the minister, revenues and grants for the first 9 months of 2023 amounting to 19.2 billion, representing overall performance of 28% against the projections. These overall performance mainly emanating from the 28% increment in tax and international trade due to reduction of subsidy against the projected during the preview and review period. And if you go to the subsequent page, it also tried to underline that the total revenue and grants for 2024 is projected to reach 34.9 billion, representing growth of 5% compared to 2023 of 33.2 billion. The tax revenue is expected to increase by 24% due to improvement in economic performance and enhancement in tax administration through digitalization and compliances. This does not represent a tax increase. This does not mean that the government has increased tax to generate revenue. This explains the level of compliances, the executive war, the mechanism that the government has put in place to make sure that there is no level of revenue leakages. That has increased 24% in collections. So therefore, I think we have to set the record very straight that the government did not in any way increase tax. But because of level of compliances that are put in place measures to make sure that we maximize revenue collection, that has, catapult, or that has resulted in the increase in the revenue sector. So I think it's important or prudent for us to also share those limelights. Honorable Speaker, I want to set lights on, in that same vein, about the revenue generation. The minister in his statement has made it very clear. We are asking that this ministry is underfunded, this ministry is under-resourced, this ministry is under-resourced. But if you look at closely, total revenue, 22.7 billion. Project and grants, 12.1 billion. What that tells us is that there is a gap in financing our needs. When I look at the minister's position that they are trying to reduce domestic borrowing, I quickly look at domestic borrowing versus foreign borrowing. I can see the correspondence in their actions versus the policy. Last year, domestic borrowing was high, but this year, domestic borrowing is lesser compared to foreign borrowing. So it's all geared towards addressing the macro fiscal policies, also trying to bring down the treasury bills to also reduce government tests in borrowing. Honorable Speaker, you cannot limit yourself based on revenues generated by government. It is in that spirit that government must look around to make sure that it gives adequate funding, even through borrowing, project grants, and co, to make sure that it caters for the development needs. Honorable Speaker, there is a need, of course, to rationalize the sovereignty institution, or call it amalgamation. We have to, at a point, if you look at the chunk of money being spent on these sovereignty institutions, it's a wake-up call on government to look inward in terms of reducing the overarching burden on the budget. We have to look inward. Either we rationalize or we amalgamate, looking at their terms of reference to make sure that the sovereignty institutions are managed, because the proliferation of these institutions is a concern. Honorable Speaker, I quickly want to shed light on my Foreign Affairs Committee. Yes, there's an increment in the Foreign Affairs Committee, but that increment attributes to the operation cost of the OIC. There is 380 million earmarked for the operational cost of OIC. That has really skyrocketed the budget of Foreign Affairs. It is important for us to clarify those things, making members to understand. If you look at last year's allocation of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and this year's allocation, different. And the increase is as a result. 70% of the increase in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs budget is the operating cost of the OIC programs. Honorable Speaker, it's not easy to maintain embassies. Gambia cannot afford not to be represented in the world. If you look at our representation, Gambia is only present in only 29 capitals of the world. How many countries do we have in the world? We are not really asking for proliferation, but of course, there are certain countries that you cannot afford not to be represented there. If you look at what happened in Algeria, Gambia decided to close their mission or their embassy in Algeria. There were more than 300 Gambians stranded there. How do you repatriate those ones? You've got ties. And if you stop ties or break ties with a country, it sours the relations. So foreign affairs is a very serious investment, but the dividend it will yield outweighs what we inject as a country. Honorable Speaker, in doing comparison you have to compare with techniques, things that are compatible, things that are similar in their characters. You cannot be comparing an IGP to teacher or comparing the police to the IGP. I think when we begin to do sort of comparison, we are trying to really create a dark cloud within the system, because in command, in the forces, there's command. So basically, this issue of comparison, we need to be very careful in terms of looking at the rates, looking at its allowances, looking at vis-a-vis. What we should really advocate for, if we are sincere in terms of uplifting the welfare of our servicemen, we have to advocate for a reform, total reform. There has to be a secure sector reform, whereby, you know, merits based, you earn based on merit, you are promoted based on merit. Those things will really address some of the imbalance that we are contributing.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, if we are talking about...
Who is rushing to a point of order?
Honorable Sabasanya.
Pardon?
Sabasanya.
Sabasanya.
Yes. 17F.
17.
F. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemingly interruption. The honorable member for Kiang West is making unseemingly interruption during deliberation of honorable majority. Please keep silent. Don't control us here.
I think that could be, we will withhold that. It's true. As I said, I quoted to members various sections of our own standing orders that would guide us. When you speak, you don't want interruption. So if others speak, allow them, please. You may have different opinions, but allow them to speak. If they are ready, you can take the floor and come out with your opinion. Honorable member, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that point of order. Honorable Speaker, road and construction. I beg to differ the submission of members that why continuing roads construction here and there, why do we need to have road constructed? They don't really understand the economic importance. In fact, development cannot take in place in the absence of road infrastructure. Road infrastructure plays a pivotal role. It's sacrosanct to any development take place. You talk about connectivity. You talk about trade enhancement. So we cannot downplay issue of road infrastructure.
Observation.
And road infrastructure.
Observation.
I'm not allowing you to observe me. Road infrastructure.
Stop defending and debate.
It is sacrosanct in development for a simple reason. It really uplifts the economic situation of these rural and poor Gambian men and women in our midst. Honorable Speaker, if you understand the importance and the significance of road infrastructure, you will appreciate the government trajectory in terms of creating that avenue, that infrastructure that will enhance their trade, that will enhance their movement, that will even enhance their economic growth. So we want to thank the government by coming up with those roads. There are endless demand in these chambers. Every member, if you take the floor, you keep on saying, my concerns is this, my concerns is that, there is no road, there is no borehole. So if government is doing ends meet to make sure that to address those burning issues need to be appreciated. However, it is a challenge on us. Having allocated those funds, we have to make sure that we do a robust oversight on those funds. Honorable Speaker, having said that, beg your pardon. Honorable Speaker, maintenance of building and facility. I totally disagree. I am in negation. I want to negate with the position advance. You cannot invest millions of dollars in constructing building. What we have as a country, the deficiency in us maintaining our roads, deficiency in us in maintaining our building to serve the purpose of time, to make sure that they fit for purpose, to make sure that the longevity, duration they need to serve is through routine maintenance. If you don't maintain your facility, if you don't maintain your structures to leave them dilapidated until when they start to crumble, then you are going to re-inject huge amount of money on those buildings to bring it back to its ordinary state. So I think it's wise. We have to encourage government that it is very hectic and tedious to start all over again, to reconstruct road. But this thing could be averted in the intermittent, road routine maintenance. It will serve for posterity. It will serve for generations unborn. So basically, I want to appreciate the move in which, no matter how little it is, ministries are of this vision that there is a need for us to put maintenance of buildings and facilities. This structure that we are occupying, if we do not take a good care of it, the value for money will not be safe. So basically, Honorable Speaker, I want to align myself the submission of the Ministry of Higher Education. It's really, really, really a concern area to me myself. Education sector is very dear, simply because if you want to see a progressive, prospective nation, it determines on the magnitude or the investment you use in your own citizens in terms of educating them. So if you educate your citizens, you are really preparing them for more brighter, more prosperous future. So youths and children are the beacon of hope for every society. So building those futures through investing in education, through training, through capacity building is very, very apt. So when we get to the Committee of Supply, we will also add our voice to advocate to any survey made by FPAC to re-look inward to our higher education sector to be given more funding. That is very dear to you. Honorable Speaker, lastly but not the least, it's been a long day. I wouldn't want to take most of your time, but to speak last is the agri sector. In agri sector, I think it's important. The chairman, I beg your pardon, the chairman of the Committee of Agriculture is here. He can also be a witness. The investment in agriculture, if we know how appreciative our people are in terms of this ruminal animal production, this livestock production, this horticultural gardening has really transformed the economic situation of our women, particularly in the rural area. I don't know of here, but in the rural URR and CRR, they are much appreciative. So as people representative, and CRR as well. So as people representative, when we come here, we need to also reprioritize agriculture. But I am also against injecting money in agriculture without conducting proper research. And also, we need to, as a country, we need to look inward. I keep saying it here, I said in last parliament, that the farmlands we used to farm 30, 50 years ago are the same farmland we are still farming with the population increase. This wasn't the population 50 years ago. This wasn't the population 30 years ago. This was not the population 20 years ago. What it tells us that there is an increase in demand, so therefore we also need to also increase in supply. We need to venture into irrigation. The Ministry of Agriculture, they have all what it takes. They have PhD holders there. They have master's degree holders there. So they should be able to really transform the agriculture sector in making sure that the government injects huge amount of money in irrigation, because the 3-month year rain season cannot sustain us as a country if we want to catapult this country to making sure that mixed agriculture as a cash, as a foreign earner, to generate more foreign currency for us, we must migrate from the subsistence level of commerce, farming to more commercial level. And that is why when I saw the tractors that are earmarked in their budgets, I was really happy. Even with the arrangement, 25% addressed by government and 25% to be paid by the farmer, and spread the 50% for next 4 years. This is the right move in the right direction, and I think it's a worth investing in agriculture. So, Honorable Speaker, without further ado, I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kantora and the Majority Leader. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Opasalu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I intend to speak very long. And yes, because if you say you're going to speak very short, then you end up being 20 minutes. So I'll do very long. Now, Honorable Speaker, we are here today to look at a very important document, that is the estimates from the Minister of Finance. That is actually going to tell us how do we run our government in 2024. It effectively shows exactly all the sources of revenue and how the government plans to spend them in various sectors of the economy. Honorable Speaker, it's very clear that we are trying to spend something that we do not have, and as a result, that is leading to a deficit of about 4.5 billion. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important, if you look at our budget for the past several years, we've been running in deficit year in, year out. And I think it's important for us to take a deep look at really how do we fund this deficit. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the funding, you will see that we intend to do that in two folds. One through domestic borrowing, and the second one through international borrowing, which are loans. Now, effectively, when that happens, the government actually is going to compete with the domestic market, that is the private sector, on the available funds from the commercial banks and other MFIs. Honorable Speaker, this competition actually has the effect of making interest rates go up in the private sector. Because what happens is the cost of funds, which is the net balance of cash that is deposited in the commercial banks or other microfinance institutions. When these institutions actually collect money or deposits from customers, there is an amount that they need to deposit at the central banks called the credit reserve ratio. There is also an amount of money that they need to invest also in treasury bills or sukuk salam as required by the central bank regulations. So all in all, you are looking at close to 30% of the cash deposits by customers that cannot be invested, which means the banks actually has almost 70% of deposits that they can play with in terms of what they can give out on loans. So when this happens, Honorable Speaker, the cost of funds will actually go up. Simply because there's a certain amount of money that's actually kept at the central bank that cannot be given out as loan or overdraft. And part of the money also doesn't earn anything to this microfinance institution or the commercial banks. And that's the reason why right now, when you want to take a loan at the bank or an overdraft, you'll be paying around 22 to 25% interest for those loans or overdraft. Because the balance that's left with this MFIs actually is not the whole amount. That actually makes the cost of funds to go up. And I think there needs to be a review of these credit reserve ratios and the regulations by the central bank for these commercial banks to put some deposit at the bank. I understand that the Minister of Finance is responsible for the fiscal policies, and the central bank is responsible for the monetary policies. But I think there's a need for them to work together to ensure both actually work for the benefit of the economy. Now, to do that, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to suggest this. Instead of asking the microfinance institution and the commercial banks to deposit a large chunk with the central bank, why not we introduce insurance to ensure those deposits of the customers? I can understand why that's been done, to protect the customers, but I think also using insurance companies to ensure those deposits of customers, I think it can help a lot in the sense that banks will have more money to be able to put in the economy, and that effectively can make the cost of funds lower in terms of getting 22% or 25%. Now, when you look at the overall deficit, Honorable Speaker, you're going to realize that 86% of the funds that we generate as a country is being spent on the recurrent expenditure, and only 14% is spent on development. And I would also like to suggest to the minister for them to critically look at the development side of the budget, because I'm seeing some transactions that should not belong there. You are seeing a lot of operating costs, and we are aware of the transactions that actually occur on those budget line items. And I think it's important that those transactions that are recurrent in nature should be moved to the recurrent side of the budget. Otherwise, we may be looking at a very, very wrong thing. So looking at the economy itself, Honorable Speaker, you're going to realize that by the time you add loans and grants to what we have, 60% goes to recurrent and 40% goes for development. Meaning we are depending a lot on loans and grants to develop our economy, and that is not going to happen. We need to reverse this trend. We need to work together as a country to raise revenue for the government and try to decrease our expenditure or try to minimize our expenditure. And to do that, or when we do that, you will realize that the economy would be anchored on the development instead of on the recurrent expenditure. Now, the way it is right now, Honorable Speaker, to tell you the truth, is two things. We are either building an economy or we are maintaining an economy. And I think what we are doing right now, based on these transactions, we are maintaining an economy. We are not actually building. Because most of the expenditure is recurrent. So we are not building. So we need to try to reverse that trend by increasing the domestic revenue mobilization and to reduce our dependency on loans and grants. And when we do that, we'll be able to build the economy. We'll be able to reverse it. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the development side of the budget also for the past, I would say 5 years, particularly on the construction of roads and bridges, my calculation has shown that we're spending close to 18 billion, or we intend to spend close to 18 billion from 2020 to 2024 in building of roads and bridges in this country. Then the question is asked, who are the contractors to build this 18 billion from our money? Most of the contractors actually are non-Gambian contractors. And we need to reverse this trend. We need to work together to empower Gambian companies or to empower our own institutions where most of this money will stay in this country. It is very dangerous that we take bulk of the 18 billion that we spend on roads and bridges and pay international companies, and they will in turn not pay taxes, and they will also in turn look for foreign currencies to transfer their money outside this country. They are not helping us. Because they are making the foreign currency actually go up. Because if you pay me 2 billion right now, some of these companies, and the company is a non-Gambian company, they're going to look for dollars or they're going to look for euros and transfer this money outside this Gambia here. And that's one of the reasons why our foreign currency rates actually are going up. They are one of the reasons. So my proposal is this, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Minister. We have the National Roads Authority, and they are guided by National Roads Authority Act 2003, which was amended in 2007. Why can't we change our laws and give most of these contracts to National Roads Authority? But in order to do that, let's buy the equipment they need for them. In terms of graders, in terms of compactors, in terms of forklifts, in terms of caterpillars, in terms of drill cranes, you name them. Let's empower our own institution. And if we need to change the laws to ensure that they have that power to do that, let's do that. And let's help together, work together to ensure the bulk of the money stays in this country. That would actually create employment. Look at those non-government companies that are doing these roads. Check. Pass by there. Who are those working there? Most of them are not Gambians. They are contracted from somewhere around the region to come and work here. Why can't we do the same thing also here? Let's change the act of the NRA. And if there's a need also to amend the GPP Act of 2022, let's amend to ensure that we keep the money in this country here. We need to, I don't want to sound too nationalistic, but I love my country. I cannot change or exchange the Gambia for any other country. I can't. And that's the reason why all the things that we do in this country, we have to ensure that it's for the betterment of this country and for the betterment of this economy. We need to build this country. We must not rely on loans and grants to maintain the economy, but we must build this economy. Now, the other area, Honorable Speaker, is about the rent and rates in the budget. You know, I said this the last time. Now, if you look at the Ministry of Digital Economy, they are renting. You look at the Ministry of Trade, same. Look at the Minister of Higher Education, renting. The Minister of Interior, renting. The Minister of Gender, renting. The Minister of Environment. We need to think twice about this. Look at the satellite institutions of the Minister of Finance. They are also rented. Look at the satellite institutions of other ministries rented. Health, rented. Can we start thinking about getting a quadrangle number 2 and develop it gradually? You see, rent must not be a long-term solution for our government. It cannot be. Let's look for a long-term solution. And I have this proposal, Honorable Speaker, to make. It may sound weird, but I think we can do 2 things here. Government actually has a lot of land in the Abuko area. And I would say the Abuko Nature Reserve. Why not we develop it, the Kiang West National Park, where we develop that to a pure reserve park. Formidable one. So that we stop what the Honorable Member from Janjamure was saying. Let's stop going to Nyokolokoba. Let's upgrade Abuko. If we have to remove them and then develop Kiang West, let's develop Kiang West and have a very formidable park where tourists can go, where domestic tourism actually can go, where we can build lodges and develop that. And then maybe turn Abuko into Kwarango number 2 and build it gradually for the betterment of this economy. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to be innovative. We need to be innovative, and to do that, we must think outside this box. Let's think about that. Because you cannot have, how many ministries? 7 or 8. Satellite, they're all renting. And that is a long time. If you check most of them, they've been renting for the past 10, 15 years. They're all renting. Now, I remember Minister of Environment at the Gaipa building. They've been there for a very long time. But what plan do we have? And most of these institutions, when we talk to them, they will tell you, oh yeah, we have a land from the Minister of Lands, so we are trying to put money on the side, seed money to build this. All of them, they're trying to build A, B, C. I mean, no. It doesn't make sense. Let's look for a long-term solution and develop quadrangle number 2, where we can reduce the rents. I'm not saying we build it today or tomorrow. No. It's a gradual process. Every year, if we can take 50 or 60 million on the side and start to build, I can tell you in the next 10 years, we'll have a proper quadrangle number 2. And so that the Minister of Finance will not be renting all over the place in Banjul. And in fact, the government is making rent expensive in this country. I can say that. They are competing with the private sector. And they are competing. And when the competing goes up, what happens? Prices also will go up. So government needs to think a long-term strategy to help cut this rent that we are doing in this country. Honorable Speaker, there are 2 ministries that are under our purview here, Mohas, as the chairperson of the Education Committee. And I think I don't need to repeat what the honorable members actually have said. But the ministry actually has started something. And I think it's important that we support the ministry to ensure that it's completed. That is the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. When you look at most of the ministries, if you look at they have a budget line called research. For me, I really don't understand what they research. I don't know. When we have a particular ministry that is meant to do that for us, but everyone you see 1 million, 2 million research, you ask, what exactly are you doing? I really cannot understand. So let's work together. Since we have a ministry responsible for that, let's put those funds in that particular ministry and give them tasks to perform in terms of doing the research. The research is important. And I think the ministry, when given the right tools, they should be able to do that and help this government. Now, if you look at also MOPSI, we have the SIG, which is really pretty much every year we have issues with SIG. Now, what can we do together? Why can't we see the best way of doing things? You've been doing SIG for several years. Maybe now is a time for us to critically look at the issue of SIG. What can we do? Is it working? Is it not working? You remember there's an audit on some of the schools, and it wasn't really very nice. So why can't we talk to the Minister of Basic Secondary Education, to get the Minister of Finance? Let's see what we can do together to ensure that we find a lasting solution to the issue of the SIG. We need to support the education sector, and we need to support the education sector very well. And I think when we get to the committee stage or the consideration stage, there will be suggestions in terms of what we can do together. Honorable Speaker, I'm in line with the recommendation of my committee, that's the FPAC committee, in terms of dividing FPAC into two committees, one for finance and one for public accounts. For a very long time, we spent too much time on expenditure only. We are not looking at the other side of the equation, that's the revenue. We as a parliament, I think it's about time now we start looking at the revenue side, a revenue assurance. What can we do to work with the Minister of Finance to ensure that we have the right revenue, to ensure that revenue leakages are limited, to ensure that we take a deep look at the audit. And that's the reason why we say the MO you have with the GRA needs to be looked at. The MOU of 4.5% of what they collect. And then the collection actually is going up. You see, since 2016, the collection actually is moving from almost 600 million. Now we are talking about 1 billion. We are only talking about 1.1 billion. There's a need to take a look at that MOU and revise it downwards. Let's see what's actually happening in the region and try to work with those things and move on. Honorable Speaker, there's one particular area also in the revenue generations. When you look at the budget book, it tells you also the ministries that are bringing revenue. And sometimes when I look at it, I laugh. Now, let's take a look at the Minister of, let's look at the fisheries sector itself. Go and check how much money they bring in to the economy. The licensing, the fishing vessel we caught stealing, etc. And they're only going to bring $84.5 million in the whole year. The fisheries sector itself. Take a look at that one. Think about that properly. I think there's a need for us to review all the licensing agreements we have, all of them. When you look at the European Union, even when you want to apply for a visa as a Gambian now, the price actually has changed. I'm not saying we do tit for tat, but we must take deliberate steps to also look at our relationship with countries across the board. Well, they have powers to change their visa regime, how we get it, how much we pay. But we also have the powers to change the licensing regime of our natural resources. It's within our hands. So let's go that. Now, let's go to the mining sector as well. How much money, when you go outside here, construction all over the place, all over the place. But is that translated into revenue for government? The sand mining, the quarry, all we're doing, is that actually translating? I say no, I don't see it. And remember the last time we are saying the construction industry is actually almost overtaking the tourism sector. But the revenue translation is not actually happening. And that's the reason why I said we need to take a look at the FPAC and divide the FPAC into two. One will be looking at the revenue side, and the other one, let them look at the audited accounts. That is the petroleum sector. Now look at the petroleum sector also. Only they bring 175 million. Anyway, we leave it at that. But I think there's a need for us to really assess our revenue generation. And I told the minister the last time, and I'll repeat again. Take a look at the self-raised revenue. Whether what they're collecting is effective, whether what they're doing is actually right. Let's take a look at that. And if there's a need for us to centralize, yes, let's centralize. If they're not collecting properly, let's change that. Nobody's going to change that for us. And I just want to conclude, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, and I also want to thank all the members of FPAC and the committee clerks. We spent a lot. And I will close with this. We for the past few years, actually, we've been having a lot of errors. But I think this year the errors were too much. And the FPAC had to correct a lot of these things on their own, particularly on the independent institutions. You are making our work more difficult. And I think next year, since we will have more time for the budget, let's ensure that we reduce the errors as much as possible. Because again, when the independent institutions submit their budgets, constitutionally, the president cannot change anything. So when you look at the budget book here, you will see that the figures that they posted and the figures that they submit is not the same thing. And FPAC was obliged to work with what they submitted, because constitutionally, that's what we have to do. So let's work together to ensure that we look at these figures, particularly on the manpower budget. I know this is done by PMO, but I think the Minister of Finance has a responsibility to check every input, and where they see discrepancies, it must be corrected before they come to Parliament. On that note, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salu. Honorable members, I now call upon the Chairman of FPAC, Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North, to respond to questions and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Lower Salu, I've taken note of your concern. It has been a long day. Of course, my job is to respond to issues that were put across and directed to FPAC. You can observe that most of the observations and comments are referred to the minister, so the minister will handle those areas precisely. For FPAC, the first observation came from the member from Woodley East regarding whether FPAC didn't review the budget because it didn't come to FPAC, and regarding the information sector. I think that was ably observed during the intervention by the Vice Chair of FPAC. And then the other one was pertaining to why you cut IEC, because we should not touch, and because IEC is an independent institution, and whether it is not going to affect the elections. Yes, it is the office of the president that's supposed not to touch the independent institution. But for National Assembly, we can touch the independent institution, and FPAC represent the National Assembly. Of course, we are right, but that is supposed to be the office of the president. Whether it will not affect the election, we are very cautious about election. We tend to believe that 2024 is not part of the election cycle. On the manpower budget, whether FPAC looks at that. FPAC, just like other committees, we look at our sector budgets. So all other committees, as you rightly alluded, we don't look at the PE. So therefore, it is not, the onus doesn't lie on FPAC to look at the manpower budgets of all the ministries. For the ministries that are under us, we don't look at their manpowers. Of course, for independent institutions, where there are increment of the number of staff, there is a case, for example, involving National Audit Office, where they want to recruit almost about 82 member of staffs. We believe that according to their narration, they don't have that plan, they don't have those structures to do the recruitment 2024 and able to implement that. And we agree that the number be reduced instead of 82 to roughly around 52. For Busumbala constituency, that's another member that also raised concern regarding page 4 of the report, which he read. And page 4 of the report has to do with the Minister of Finance during its tabling of the estimate before FPAC indicated errors from the submission made to the National Assembly on some budget entities and implore on FPAC to take note of the revised submission. See Appendix 1 for the details. If you look at Appendix 1, that refers to FPAC. That entity is directly under FPAC. If you follow the submission that I made regarding the letter from the Minister of Finance, institutions that were affected were listed. So this particular appendix directly affected FPAC. Certainly, when we are scrutinizing, we take note of those submissions. He also noticed that some changes in defense, and there was no time to review the text, the new text that was introduced. Yes, I already went further to inform you the changes that were effected, and for Ministry of Defense, only one budget line is affected, and that has to do with food and food services. For your understanding. Yeah, that's what I'm putting to you. Only one budget line is affected, so that it can help you in your review. Then the member for Councillor FPAC recommendation. The recommendations that you read were recommendations from different committees, not directly FPAC. One of those recommendations, I think, came from the Committee of Health, and the other one, of course, from the Committee of Defense. And that is in the report proper. On clothing allowance, I think that clarification was made ably by yourself, and of course, by the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Talending. Fonyi Bintang Karanai, FPAC go over the budget report to us. That you cannot give us a document today and expect us to go over it. I think fine. What FPAC did was FPAC was dictated, just like any other committee, by the 4th ordinary session calendar. And that calendar on the 17th of November, the minister laid the report from 18 to 28 was for budget retreat, 21st to 23rd, budget bilateral, 24th, the report writing by the committee secretariat, 25th, 26th, validation of report, and today, 27, laying of the report and the debate. So therefore, if there is no time, that time, lack of time, was dictated by the very agenda that is guiding us. The member for Janjambure FPACs look at expenditure but not revenue. Yes, that is the remedy we want to do. That's why we recommended in our report, we separate the finance and then the public accounts. If you look at the work of FPAC, it's more on the public accounts than the revenue. That is why we want to separate the two, so that there can be a committee that will focus only on the finance. And then this other committee can focus on the public accounts. Again, he went further to say, for the office of the president, there was no saving, and that FPAC supposed to do savings under the office of the president. I want to do some correction here. If you refer to the addendum, Appendix 1 of the addendum, it's not page, but the first leaf, second, third, and then fourth. At the end there, you will observe that we have made reduction amounting to 5,250,000, and the addition amounting to 4,700,000. Then therefore, there is a saving of 550,000. And then if you look at the text, yes, the correction will be on the text, that is to say, there was no saving. No, that no should be cancelled. There was saving, and the saving could be found in the appendix, the page that I refer you to. And then emphasize that FPAC should do saving in the office of the president. Let me remind you, when we said office of the president, it's not the office of the president alone, as it is stated. We have various units under the office of the president. The sectors are one, you have the management of the household division in the office, management of subvented institution, the cabinet office, the strategic policy and delivery, the press and publication unit, office of the national security, protocol division, the state guard battalion, strategic analysis and then planning and advisory unit, office of the vice president, human resource management, management of national records, civil service institutional rationalization and coordination, National Council for Civic Education, State Intelligence Service, SIS, Food Safety and Quality Authority, National Disaster Management Agency, National Nutrition Agency, National Population Commission, National Center for Coordination of Early Warning, and Social Protection Secretariat. These are the agencies, departments that are categorized as far as budget is concerned under Office of the President. Why FPAC did not do any reduction under FPAC? That is FPAC. Honorable member also is obliged to be asked why youth and sport, the committee could not do any deduction. Why the Ministry of Tourism, the committee could not do any saving. But at least FPAC has done a saving of 550,000. For only that sector. That's why I said we ask. Now, honorable members, I think these are the issues surrounding the clothing allowance. and the car allowance. I want to inform that these are dictated by the regulation of the National Assembly. And finally, honorable members, I want to submit that in the report, under conclusion and recommendation, we had 7 points. FPAC is recommending to add an additional point that will read, recommendations from the other committees be decided during the consideration stage. With that recommendation, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that we adopt the report as amended. Before taking my seat, let me thank the members of my committee for their participation, dedication, and contribution throughout the course of our work. More importantly, our able secretaries that helped the committee to produce this report that I consider to be the best ever report when it comes to the budget. We have been here 5th legislature, 6th legislature. We know how our reports are, very comprehensive. The compilation of reports from various sectors so organized. Everything one volume. In fact, we have made the work of the finance ministry very easy, and consideration also to be very easy. On that note, Committee Secretariat, I thank you for the job well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of FPAC, Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. I must equally thank you and your committee for a job well done. And you ably presented your report and also succinctly answered to all questions posed by honorable members. Honorable members, I will not put the question now, as the report is tailored to the minister's tabling of the revenue, estimates of revenue and expenditure for the 2024 year. I will invite the honorable minister to respond to your questions, and at the end, I'll put the question for the adoption of the report as amended by FPAC, and then we will then have to adjourn. Then when we go into the committee of supply and we look at the estimates, then at the end we will put the question on the estimates. So I will, with your indulgence, I will now call upon the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to respond to your questions and wind up the debate. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members of the August Assembly. I thank each and every one of you for the time and the deliberations. Based on the notes I took, 21 members of the August Assembly participated in the debate, and contribution of each of you was valuable, and we took due note of your observations. Before I go into the question, response to the questions, I want to appeal and put on record our apologies for the hiccups in the production of the budget documentation. And there's a background to this. As you know, we have just concluded the first ECF program of the fund, and the annual meeting of the IMF was in Marrakesh. That concluded on around the mid of October. And we are now negotiating a new program with IMF. And the background of that is an agreed budget that will be agreed between the government of the Gambia, which is what they call a staff level of agreement. Without that, we will not be able to commence a new program in the early year. So that work went on until almost the very early or first week of November. And we had to, my team was working tirelessly. I think the first calendar of the August Assembly was supposed to be tabling on the 13th. This was considered that it be postponed to be tabled on the 17th due to urgent travels to Saudi Arabia. And we came back on Tuesday. Cabinet sat over the budget document on Wednesday. And we stayed with the team until 10 o'clock at night to incorporate cabinet comments, which were done. And this was sent to the printers overnight, and my staff stayed with the printers until early morning the next day. The issue was the amendments were incorporated electronically, but the version that the printer rolled out was the wrong version. And that's what had happened. But it's not any shortfall of my team. They have worked tirelessly, and I thank them for their forthrightness and support. I take full responsibility for the error, but the error was in this context, and I thought it proper to put that on record. Thank you. Yes, that was the background. So, I think the contribution was very engaging, and the issue was from Brikama South on the significant increase. When we talk about increase in revenue, we are not proposing to increase any new taxes as such, or the rate of taxes. But all what we are trying to do is to increase compliance. And this has been noted in your own discussions as August Assembly members. We noticed that some of the large accounts which would have attracted taxation in this country have not been paying taxes. Large contractors that were giving large sums of money to construct fiscal infrastructure were exempted from taxation. The measures we are coming up with are to eliminate that. These are not, Cabinet has discussed this, and Cabinet has concurred. So that's why, under the guidance of His Excellency the President, full authority and support was given to the ministry to work with the GRA to implement and go after the areas of taxes and ensure that whoever is supposed to pay taxes will pay taxes, and as such, the compliance rate will go up. So it is on those background that we say so. And this is also sort of like reflected in the collection to date. Based on the records now, we expect GRA to collect 15 million against the 13 million projected for the year. So it is a fair estimate that the projections for the revenue, but of course, these are projections, and projections are contingent on outcome of economic activities, but we will ensure that the revenue, which is the key to all the budget execution, is at the anchor. The work of the Minister of the Directorate of Revenue and Taxes is taking pace, and now we have started working with third-party agencies such as the Social Security, Financial Reporting Oversight Board, to look at compliance across all sectors. The GRA has also introduced a rental income tax directorate. We are also going to zero-rise all concession tax waivers. This will be part of our pronouncement of fiscal measures, that no concessionaire agreement will have tax waivers unless absolutely approved by the National Assembly, because these have been leakages in the past, and they have been banking on the fact that a concession agreement has been signed. But the Public Finance Act and the Constitution are very clear. Any signature of tax waiver that is not duly according to the due process of law is not binding on the state. We have sought legal advice on this, and we hope to roll that out. It is on that basis that we are optimistic to enhance revenue collection going forward. Another general comment has been the low allocation of funds to the sectors and the ministries. When I update this August Assembly on the execution of the budget for the first 6 months, we did mention that budget support was not received. Yes, budget support was not received at the time of the first half, and we have been working with our partners, but up to now, we've just concluded signing the budget support agreement. As we speak, we have been able to complete 11 months of the financial year without any budget support of significant amount. And as such, that formed the basis of the reduced allocation. We have no interest as a ministry to cut expenditure allocation to sectors because that is against our wish, but we had to embark on fiscal prudence. That's why I reported to this August Assembly that the savings on expenditure was 4.8 billion. When the budget support comes, what areas were compiled in the past will be paid out to the contractors and the various beneficiaries that were owed. But just to emphasize, we had ceilings and we are very mindful of the deficit. If we were just allocating to the sectors, we would have overblown the borrowing, and of course the interest expense accruing thereto will be very high. And these were on the allocation which was mentioned as not adequate. It has been mentioned that some sectors complain they have been given on the 30% of the allocation. This must be very rare cases, because if you look at any sector, the PE comprised more than 30% of the allocation. And there was no allocation issue on PEs. All PEs, both the government and subvented entities, were fully allocated. So, but notwithstanding, we hope going forward, if revenues are realized on time, allocations will follow suit. But the overarching objective is to ensure that we do not, and I will emphasize, we do not spend more than we collect in any given month by a large significant amount, because otherwise it will put pressure on the borrowing that form the basis of the reduced allocation. But we've been updating the ministries concerned and the agencies, though this is not our wish. I think the other option was the budget structure. A lot of discussion have been hovering around introducing a program-based budget. But as we also know, we know that the allocation mechanism may not work very well with a program-based budgeting. Because if you adopt a program-based budgeting, it means you have to allocate the full resources for that program to take place. That's why with the current allocation mechanism, revenue not catching up with expenditure, any large-scale introduction of a program-based budgeting will lead to very ill-advised outcomes. So it is on that basis that we are looking at program-based budgeting, but in a phased manner, to pilot it in certain ministries to see how it will work out with our allocation mechanism. Of course, line by line item, while it seems very old, dogmatic, but until such time that our budget is fully funded and resources are available to be able to meet the expenditure, it is very unwise to go full scale on program-based budgeting. Yes, another issue that was cross-cutting was the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The Ministry of Youth and Sports is a cross-cutting ministry. A youth is defined as up to an age of 35. And the way the government look at youth issue is across the board. When it comes to issue of employment, that is housed under the Ministry of Trade. But principally that addresses the issue of youths, because most unemployment issues are anchored around the youth category. That's why the National Employment Policy, which was adopted by the Ministry of Trade, has a large allocation to youth category. And we all know the various interventions in the Ministry of Trade, like the Techifi program and YEP, Youth Enterprise Fund, and the Social Development Fund are all geared towards the youth category. So that's one area. And besides, the Youth Ministry is not only getting funds from the budget proper, they are also entitled to the levy. That is the GSM levy, as well as the youth levy. So that amount to, in the past, about 80 million. So whatever you are saying in the budget is excluding the allocation of those levies. So the youth is the youth is a very important category. And also, if you look at scholarships, there are two categories of scholarship. One scholarship is managed under the PMO, which is 60 million this year, and another category is managed by MOHAS. And almost 60 to 70% of the beneficiaries of those scholarships are youths. So in a nutshell, the youths as a category of the population, which form the bulk of the population, are not only looked upon by one ministry. The Ministry of Youth and Sport should be a coordination ministry where youth matters will be addressed across different ministries. If you go to agriculture, the emphasis on the small ruminant programs, the youths are addressed there. If you go to the SDF, Social Development Fund. So it is that harmony, that harmonization, which has not come out in the budget because pockets of resources are lying in different ministries, which were not all commingled under one ministry called youths in terms of resource envelope. But that doesn't mean what is allocated to the youths as a category of the population is any less. So that's a clarification I want to make. Yes, deficit financing is an anchor, the reduction of deficit financing, because we have observed that there was an objective in the last IMF program to reduce the overall deficit, the overall debt level of the country. The debt to GDP ratio was about 85% in 2020. This has reduced to 83%, and is now hovering about 80%. It is almost steady, but if you look at most countries, when the COVID happened, most countries borrowed to intervene in the COVID. Most of the intervention in the COVID were from borrowed funds. So that's why, even though the overall debt envelope has not reduced, but debt as a proportion of GDP was on a downward scale, but has not increased compared to the overall pre-COVID levels. Those are some of the observations. And debt is a very huge challenge we have to address as a country, and as such, in the medium term, the target must be to address the deficit, either growing the top line or curtailing expenditure. Failure to do so, look at what has happened in this year alone. We have allocated 7.5 billion of our scarce resources into debt service and amortization, which is about a quarter of the budget. And these comprise more than 3 sectors: MOHAS, MOPSI, agriculture, health. If you add all these 4 ministries, they are less than what we are spending on debt service. But these are contractual obligations, and we cannot renege on them. As such, it is very important that we bring our debt burden down, and we will aggressively be pursuing this. As much as the budget is approved, we'll work hard, but Cognizant will always be taken on board in the execution of the budget on the debt level and the deficit. So that is another observation of a general nature. Yes, I think the issue had been the mainstreaming of agriculture. Yes, agriculture is a very important sector, and we must be very clear. Donor intervention in projects are government projects. They are just being financed by development partners. So we do not see it wise. You have enough resources from donors, and you use your limited government local funds to contribute to the same sector. It is very, very important that we don't crowd out any one sector. If you have resources where you are supported, donor funds will never go into supporting security. The donors do not fund security intervention. So it is very, very important that we allocate resources to those sectors that are not enabled to donor funding, while sectors that are easily accepted by donors for funding, such as agriculture, such as energy, such as infrastructure, we do not crowd out the donor contribution, because these are partners. There is no country that can do development on its own. Gambia is a developing country, and of course we need to be resilient, we need to be economically independent, but the world is now one of interdependence. And you cannot be economically an island where you say all my economic needs can be met from my resources. We do not know of any country. That's why trade happens. That's why borrowing. Of course, in the developed world, they also depend on partners. But instead of them depending on partners as grants and aid, they depend on partners through the financial markets, through the issuance of bonds. If you look at the United States Treasury is so huge, and this is being invested by other countries such as China, Saudi Arabia, and the well-off countries to support their development agenda and to support their budget. So the issue of partners' support in our development agenda is welcome. And one very important point we should take cognizance, these partners have confidence in the Gambia. They would not be increasing support to this country if they don't have the trust that their projects are going to be executed as they expect. And we see this increasingly more and more. Of recent, the Millennium Challenge Corporation has given the Gambia 2 programs simultaneously. We have a Millennium Challenge account for the energy sector, that is threshold, and we have the compact running concurrently. The same US state government has now supported us in the full school feeding program. They have now come back to the Biden Malaria Initiative. The USAID is coming. So it is good that the good governance, the rule of law, the transparency that we are urging in is being recognized and is being reciprocated. The challenge is how do we utilize those resources? That is the implementation. And the implementation is in the hands of the sectors, which are also improving as we go along. So that is our observation on that. On the issue of deficit, the asset recycling, it's in the budget. And the Honorable Majority Leader has ably demonstrated the value addition of asset recycling. This is one of the innovative approaches we believe we can meet our resource requirement without adding to our debt stock. If, for example, whatever we get from asset recycling, it's not going to count as debt. Instead, it's going to serve as resources available for our development agenda. So on the issue of increased expenditure for the Office of the President, the chair of the FPAC committee ably demonstrate what comprises Office of the President. And I think this message should be spread out, because when we say Office of the President, it's a bloated category. Everybody thought mentally, when you say Office of the President, is what we are spending on the President and the household. It's not. We have more than almost 10 agencies and functions that have been sponsored under the Office of the President. Why the increase of revenue by 24%? We mentioned that the efficiency gains that we believe the new revenue collection will introduce, and we are going to work with the GRA on all revenue categories. One is the withholding tax. In our own work, we discovered that certain withholding taxes were deducted, but they were never surrendered to GRA. So now the Tax and Revenue Directorate is working to make sure that all withholding taxes that are deducted are surrendered. We have also observed that some of the VAT, some of the filing companies are now saying they are in VAT credits, which is very unusual if you are in sales. All those reviews are taking place. If you look at pay as you earn, deduction from companies, when staff are being deducted income tax, they are supposed to remit the deduction monthly to the GRA. We have, in our course of work, come across companies that are deducting pay-as-you-earn deductions, but are not remitting it to GRA on time. So these are the efficiency measures we want to introduce, and which we believe will give the expected increase in the revenue of the GRA. But also on some of the non-tax revenues, it is worth noting that the non-tax revenue has been very steady over the past, and we have to think outside the box. Some of the rates, if you look at them, they are more than 20 or 30 years old. And even the collection mechanism, like lease rentals, the law stipulates that any lease that is issued by the state, you should pay an annual lease rental. We have found very limited compliance on this. And we are going to work with the central bank to write to all the banks to say any lease property that is issued, the lease owners should come forward and pay their lease rentals. If you look at land transfer title, all of these things are under reported or under accounted for. So what we are trying to do is to bring out the efficiency gains through the research we have conducted to enhance the collection. We will be very mindful not to impose any increase in taxes. We have not got any category of taxes where we envisage an increase in the rate. But what we will do, we want to broaden the tax base so that whoever is supposed to pay tax pays tax. There should be no sacred cow. Can we imagine large contractors doing road construction in this country not paying tax for 8 years? Yes, we have the records, and we are working with them. So to make sure that they comply. It's not easy, but it's a very, and the credit goes back to the president and the cabinet. This was discussed transparently, and full endorsement was given that we enhance the compliance regime. So that's all we are trying to do, and it's a work in progress. We hope the initial, even if you look at the duty waiver mechanism, we've modified it going forward. Now, if any agency or entity apply for a duty waiver, the first test is, are you tax compliant? Have you paid what you're supposed to pay as withholding tax? Have you paid all your pay as you earn surrender? If you are a VAT registered, is your VAT registration up to date? If you are a corporate, is your corporation tax? And in fact, we noticed that large transactions, like in the energy sector, all the outsourced energy providers are not being paying taxes. And this is where we are going on. We receive a report of what they call public interest entities from the Gambia Financial Reporting Oversight Board. And when we look at those and we test them against the compliance regime, we realize that there's a lot of work to be done. So that is what we are working on, and we hope our effort will yield results. So that is, on this is correlated with the increase in the allocation to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, in the sense that GRA is an agency under the ministry, and the ministry has a MOU in terms of compensation mechanism. GRA is paid 4.5% of whatever revenue they surrender to the state. So if their revenue collection is increased, definitely their expected allocation will go up accordingly. But as has been noted, we realize that the 4.5% is on the high side, and we will engage GRA on how to bring down to more realistic levels. And on the revenue performance, I think we will always repeat these statistics. We are not going to overtax this economy. We are mindful of the tax. These statistics are out there. Tax revenue to GDP ratio for sub-Saharan Africa is 16%. For OECD is 35%. For Gambia is 9.8%. That means we are even below the sub-Saharan African average. Our neighbor next door, Senegal, they're about 18%. So what we are saying is the measures we want to introduce, we want to make this revenue ratio in line with the regional range. If we cannot get 16% in one go, no, that's a fast stretch. But if we go around 10, 12, 11%, that's what these new revenue measures are anchored on. So just for the information. And they've been informed by a lot of comparison in terms of revenue collecting mechanism. And GRA, we must give them credit. They have also risen to the challenge. Since we have introduced the Ascuda wall at the ports, some months we have seen GRA collect 1.5 billion, which is unheard of. The records are there. And also, even when we notice, when we had some information about the compliance at the bridge or at the Farafenye border, now GRA has brought all high-value item custom to be done in Banjul. That's also adding. That's why you'll see we have reported GRA performing more than target for 2023. So we want to maintain that trajectory. We cannot be over-complacent, but that's the direction we are taking. Vehicle policy was in the budget pronouncement last year. The Minister of Works was working on it, and we hope we will reintroduce it again this year to make sure that the policy is implemented. Most of the honorable members have really harped on the need to increase revenue from sectors such as mining and funds from fishing grants and all of this. We've taken note, and we believe in the budget pronouncements, we will take due cognizance of those contributions. I think the member for Oponyomi also claim about the under allocation to agriculture. But again, we go on to say that agriculture is well endowed with donor sources, and the limited government resources cannot compete with that contribution. So on terms of a number of MPs, members of parliament, have just mentioned how will we realize the revenue targets. We project that we should perform better, at least match a 10 or 3 or 4% increase over what we are collecting. Ministry of Health, yes, the National Health Insurance Scheme, we must give some time to that. Because when the scheme was passed as a legislation, the earmarking of revenue was a bit financially imprudent, because it was earmarking revenue that was already going to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. That's why it took time for the funding of the scheme to take off. So we are working with the Secretariat of the Insurance Scheme to see how it can be better funded without compromising the existing. Because don't forget, all the health sector budget are now being financed directly from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So if we want to fund the National Health Insurance Scheme, can we do that in parallel with the existing allocations, or do we have to compromise and reallocate whatever is in the health sector to kickstart the National Health Insurance? But it is, as has been noted, we will take cue of the positive output of the resource-based financing scheme of the health sector. The tax collections have been answered. I'm just trying to, one area is that has been consistently happened was the MOHAST. That is the budget allocation. Yes, one very important thing, MOHAST is not only funded from the budget. MOHAST has tuition fees that they charge students. And as we all know, higher education is very important, but globally, higher education is also increasingly encouraged to attract private financing. So it is very important that for the MOHAST to be aware that they have tuition resources, which is not in this budget. So unlike other agencies or departments, MOPSI doesn't have any tuition. It's a school, it's a free schooling from kindergarten to grade 12. So in comparison allocation to MOHAS, the fees that they collect as tuition must also be factored in as access or available resources. Notwithstanding, we have noticed tremendous improvement in this ministry, and the concern of the honorable members should be taken into account at the Committee of House Supply when we are reallocating for this. I think that's another thing, some comment on the MOHAST in terms of areas. We have taken cue about areas, particularly for the Ministry of Basic Education. They came to us to say the areas, the OGTTI, University of the Gambia, and another agency, Gambia College, was 114 million. We said, fine, we will pay current bill, current year's rate, but we'll subject all areas to audit. When the internal audit finished their work, the amount reduced to 46 million. And we have submitted the audit report to MOPSI. So these are some of the things that we are working on. It's not that but we want to do value for money public expenditure. So we're not blaming anybody. That's what the audit reports indicated, and they work with all the agencies. So going forward, this is what we'll be doing. It's not we're not, but what we have to do when we look back, these areas went back up to 2016. So you cannot pay an area of more than 5 years without subjecting it to review. That's why we have instructed the Budget Directorate to issue a circular that any areas more than 1 year going forward will be subject to audit prior to payment. So we hope that direction will continue. On where the ministry has to, like for example, on member Forex market was a common theme. Yes, we have enough regulations. What is happening in terms of the uncoordinated nature of the Forex market is noted. In fact, one of our biggest challenge is the way Forex market operates here is not operating in any country like that in the sub-region. Every year, everywhere, you have, particularly in this money laundering day and age, for you to transact in a foreign currency, your identity should be proven. And what we notice is you'll have one Forex bureau, and then they'll have 3 or 4, 5 sub-license. And some will not even be licensed. They'll be carrying money and changing. And there is no visibility. So some of the pressures on the foreign exchange market could be emanating from this informal sector. The central bank has taken note of that. We have had engagement with them. And as part of our agreement with the fund, one of the policies that should be coming out very soon is the foreign exchange policy that the central bank should be working on to put control and sanity to the Forex market. Yes, so that is the general comment on that. I think I'm just trying to make justice because each of you took your time, so I really want to do justice to your observations. Member for, I think Mohas has definitely attracted a lot of sympathy, and definitely we take that on board, but our decision was informed on the basis of knowing fully Mohas has the opportunity to charge fees. And that fee should also be, we're not saying they should increase, but if you look at the current level of fees, it's a little bit old compared to current times. So Mohas should also be financially viable. They cannot just rely, if you look at financing higher education globally, even in the UK and the West, they give student loans. We hope the student loan scheme that Mohas wants to pilot, which should form part of the appropriation increase, should take off from that. I think on the, generally, more common themes around, so I think agriculture, certainly, the way agriculture is being financed through donors' funds, agriculture is awarded with resources, but there are underlying challenges to agriculture sector. We all know of Maru farms. Maru farms have been greatly supported by the government, even from the Ministry of Trade. Ministry of Agriculture is supporting them. But one thing that is an impediment to agricultural development is the land tenure system. And as we know, as a country, we don't have a land policy. That policy is supposed to be developed as soon as possible under a World Bank facility program. And also, it's time we introduce the private sector to agriculture, because private sector is the way forward. This issue of a big government should be things that we should gradually withdraw from. Government cannot be everywhere and be, any economic system rests on 3 pillars. And those pillars are the market, that is the financial market or the money market, the society and government. Unfortunately, in our development agenda, we've been focusing principally on 2 actors, that is the government and society. The market has not been in our development paradigm. We now should shift, moving more and more solutions to be provided by the private sector. An example to demonstrate was ably quoted, the issue of Gamcell. It was the first mobile phone company, but just simply because it was a government operation, we have seen new entrants overtake it. Today, Gamcell is on a survival mode. And that's why we want to introduce. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. I think these are some of the general comments I could recall unless I miss out anything, I believe most of the comments are On the domestic resource mobilization, this is the way forward. The president has been advocating for it. We've listened to his tour message, and his message is very clear. Let's try to pay for our development. But when we say pay, we are not saying we increase taxes that will increase the cost of living for everybody. All we are saying, people who have transactions that are eligible to be taxed should be taxed. So we want to ensure that we will broaden the tax base, reduce the tax rate, or maintain the tax rate so that the pressure will be minimal. But with that, we believe we should be able to collect more revenue. I think these are my recollection of the contribution of the members. Unless I leave out anything, thank you very much for your kind attention. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You have ably responded to
Honorable Speaker.
all the issues raised by honorable members.
Honorable Speaker,
I pray that all your efforts yield positive results.
Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I have some few questions for clarification. No.
It's not now. We cannot go back to debate.
No, I use them in
what,
the debate.
What we can do is, when we go to the committees of supply, you can put your questions and you will answer them.
No, some of these things need response for the public to hear them.
Honorable,
Committee of Supply.
We are past that stage. No. If I let you go, I will not deny any other person.
No, in fact, the minister require whether we have some clarifications.
Pardon? No. The minister made that, but you know that we cannot get clarification.
Just for only 1 minute.
What we can, Honorable, what we will do is, at the Committee of Supply, you can ask questions. The minister will be there. He will respond.
No, in fact,
thank you very much.
They are not related to the committee.
I also have something that needs to be cleared.
Honorable,
See?
I am not opening the floor for anybody. Please.
I also have something to
Honorable
be cleared.
members, let me on your behalf thank the Honorable Minister and his technical backup. I think they have done a very good job and they were honest in their presentations. We only pray that all their good efforts be crowned with success. Honorable Minister. Honorable members, as I said earlier, I will now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do adopt the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts on the findings and recommendations of the committees of the National Assembly on the 2024 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before I put the final question, let me thank all of you, especially those that have been here all day long and continue to stay. You know, honorable members did make observations. I was not very comfortable with those observations, though. But they are the truth. They said the truth. But I want to thank all of you. It has been very positive, and everybody deliberated frankly, honestly. And that's the only way forward, just to encourage all of us to be a little bit tolerant. Also, as we have concluded today, we will keep tomorrow off. Members will continue to rest, and then we will go on Wednesday to the Committee of Supply. So today we will adjourn to Wednesday. I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 29th of November, 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stands adjourned until Wednesday, 29th November 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.